This meeting of the Coventry Town Council will now come to order at 6 p.m. Roll call. Ms. Ludwig?
Here.
Mrs. Shockley?
Here.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Here.
Mrs. Lima?
Here.
Mrs. Dickson? Here. Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. LeBlanc, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and then tell us about the evacuation plan.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Emergency evacuation plan, please.
Go out those doors, you can take left or right.
Thank you so much. Agenda B2, approval of Town Council meeting minutes, September 30th, 2021, and October 12th, 2021. Reference pages 5 to 10. Madam Clerk, did you receive any corrections?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the minutes for September 30th, 2021, and October 12th, 2021?
Make a motion.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call. Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. The minutes are approved. President Dickson, updates and announcements. The Town Council has been busy interviewing every person who applies for a position on a board or commission. We even interview people who are reapplying for a position. We want an open process which encourages all community members to be part of building our town as a robust, vital community in which people want to live, play, and educate their children. We always need more candidates, especially for Parks and Recreation. We encourage interested community members to apply. A full list of openings is on our website. The following community members have been appointed to the Charter Review Commission. Andrew Parra, Bradford Mayor, were appointed December 13th. Plus, Ted Tracy, Scott Copley, Scott Guthrie, Robert Brennan, Michael Stevens, Sarah Repose were appointed November 8th, 2021. We have an opening for one more person. Do apply. The orientation meeting of the commission members will take place Tuesday, January 4th at 6 o'clock in the Town Council chambers. This will be a meeting in which members may meet each other, elect a chair, and set the meeting dates. At that time, the council and the town manager will provide feedback from the council and department heads about suggestions for sections of the charter to review. The commission is also encouraged to review other sections as time permits. Secondly, a recommendation report is due to the town council by the commission on Monday, May 9th. This will allow the council time to consider and recommend to a referendum recommendations that are made by the commission. And we will discuss that in more detail when we have the orientation meeting on January 4th. The next meeting of the town council is Monday, January 10th. Do attend and participate via Zoom or in person. We will have a public hearing on the use of COVID funds, and we will continue our discussion of our strategic plan and discuss the concept of stewardship of town property. May I have a motion to...
Point of information. Will we be able to get maybe a quick landing page up on the website as it relates to the COVID funds ahead of that January 10th meeting? I think we talked about having a page that said, you know, here's some restrictions, here's an email you could send ideas to if you can't make the meeting, here's when the meeting is, kind of a thing.
We have talked about it, and I know you made that suggestion before. And on the agenda this evening is Mr. Marchand's preliminary report on COVID, I should say American Rescue Funds, and he will discuss that during his report and update.
Okay, yeah. If we can take that report and maybe make it a link,
yes,
so we can share it. That would be great too. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for reminding us. And again, Mrs. Lima. Okay. May I have a motion to adjourn into executive session for the following at 6:04? Per Rhode Island General Law 42465A12. First, close pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, specifically to review the tax appeal and proposed settlement agreement between the Town of Coventry and Coventry Lodging Associates, LLC. Second, close pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, specifically to review the tax appeal and proposed settlement agreement between the Town of Coventry and Stop and Shop in the tax appeal matter, Stop and Shop versus Martini, KC 2021-0289. And three, close pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, specifically to review and discuss the status of the national opioid litigation and proposed settlement with Johnson & Johnson with national distributors, which includes participation with several state attorneys general, including the Rhode Island Attorney General. And four, close pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, specifically to discuss the Coventry Police Pension Fund and options pertaining hereto, including option to join municipal employee retirement system, which is often called MERS. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Roll call. Ms. Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Lemer.
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson. Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. We are now in executive session. And to members of the public, we will resume in public session at 7:15 PM. Thank you. slight delay. We will now resume in public session. May I have a motion to adjourn from the executive session at 7:23?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. May I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Roll call. Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. For members of the public, the council met in executive session to discuss the following. Closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, specifically to review the tax appeal and proposed settlement agreement between the Town of Coventry and Coventry Lodging Associates. A vote will be taken later in the evening under agenda item H1. Second item, closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, specifically to review the tax appeal and proposed settlement agreement between the Town of Coventry and Stop and Shop and the tax appeal matter, Stop and Shop versus Martini, KC 2021-0289. A decision was made. Discussion took place and a decision and a vote will take place in agenda item H2. Third item, closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, specifically to review and discuss the status of the national opioid litigation and proposed settlement with Johnson & Johnson and with the national distributors, which includes participation with several state attorneys general, including the Rhode Island Attorney General. This will be on agenda item H5 and a vote will take place then. And fourth, closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, specifically to discuss the Coventry Police Pension Fund and options pertaining hereto, including option to join the municipal employee retirement system. A discussion took place. No votes were taken. We're now on agenda item D1, joint council meeting with the school committee. Madam Chair, will you please open your meeting and call the roll for the school committee?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd like to call the school committee meeting to order at 7:27. I'll call the roll. Mr. Pearson.
Here.
Mrs. Colonian.
Here.
Mr. Murray.
Here.
Mr. Florio appears to be absent. Mrs. Patino here.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. This is a work session between the school committee and the town staff to discuss anticipated revenues and the school department anticipated expenditures for ensuing 3 fiscal years as provided by Rhode Island General Law 16-2-21-2 and the Coventry Code Section 189-1. If you look at 189-1, one of the provisions is that there shall annually be a joint meeting between the town council and the school committee no later than December 31st to review the revenue and expenditure projections and discuss issues affecting the preparation of the school budget. So that is why we are having the meeting before December 31st. The purpose of this meeting is to present the revenue and expenditure projections. I call attention to the public and the council, the memo dated December 20th, 21, which was linked to the posted agenda and is public information. It is on page 45 to 82 in our council packet. Within the memo, there are concerns raised about the following: cell tower revenue, a request for maintenance requirement funding as a separate expense and not funded in the projection of expenses, reduction of state aid, and the use of fund balance. None of these issues may be resolved this evening. In a memo dated December 17th, Superintendent Levis has proposed a joint meeting of the school committee and the town council for early January to discuss concerns. I will schedule this meeting, and I have already sent out an email to Mrs. Patino, chairperson of the school committee, to arrange for this joint meeting. Therefore, any discussion of areas of disagreement will wait until the school committee and the town council may prepare for the meeting, which will be scheduled for early January. I know that emotions are high, and I expect no criticism of people or innuendos about any staff member, either on the school committee or on the town side. We're going to stick to the agenda, and that is the projections of revenue and the projections of expenditures. I'll allow Mr. Marchand to make a short statement regarding three-year projected revenue, and then we'll follow that with a presentation which Superintendent Levis has already provided to us. And then I will open it up to the chairperson of the school committee to solicit comments from the school committee members. And then we will then open it up to the council, and we will allow questions from the council based on the presentations of projections. The discussion of the budget will continue based on our schedule, which has already been published, and I expect that there will be continued dialogue between the Coventry Public Schools and the town leaders between now and the first meeting that Mr. Levis has suggested for early January, and then we will follow that with the other budget meetings that we do have. So I will start with Mr. Marchand, would you please present the revenue projections?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your packet, you have the revenue projections prepared by our town treasurer, Lisa Mills. It shows 5 years, just to show 2 years of history, 2021 when the town was level funded, and 2022 in the current year we're in, we had a 2.99% tax levy increase to have a total revenue for the current year of $111,763,164. For 2023, we're projecting a tax levy increase of 1.99% and an overall total revenue of $113,941,525. And for 24 and 25, we're using a 3% tax levy increase as a projected estimate of what will be needed to cover future inflationary and contractual cost increases out in those future years. It's a pretty straight line projection since we're just trying to have a gauge of where we see ourselves going and what resources the town will have to work with.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the council who would like to ask a question about this three-year projection of revenues? Are there any members of the school committee who would like to ask any questions about this three-year projection of revenues? Okay, Ms. Ludwig.
So Superintendent Levis, I think you provided us with some information this afternoon, but I wasn't able to look at that just yet before the meeting tonight. So is that included in this, or that's not included in this? And we'll talk about that separately.
This projection was prepared early last week and did not anticipate the anticipated reduction in state aid, which is about $716,000. Mr. Levis can speak more to that, but
okay,
it's not reflected here.
I just wanted to know kind of what we're looking at. So this is just kind of a base for us to kind of look at as we're going over more details to come.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are any questions about the projected revenues, I would call on Superintendent Levis for his presentation on projected expenditures. Superintendent Levis.
Thank you. And I know it seems like a lot of pages, but this is the format we've used every year. And so before I start, I want to introduce.
Excellent.
I gave you packets, so you should have that. It's the presentation in there. So I want to introduce Mr. Chris DeVerna. He is our Deputy Finance Director. Mr. DeVerna has lived in town since 2005. Children in our schools. He's a parent. He also is a head of the, I say head, but you're one of the big shots in Coventry youth soccer. Anybody that has children playing soccer will know Mr. DeVerna. He worked at Price Waterhouse. He's a CPA, and most recently worked at Citizens Bank. And he's been an incredible addition. You know, Ms. Mills and I were just talking earlier, you know, staffing has been challenging. We've had a lot of challenges. You know, we've had a department that had 5 people and we're down to 3. So he's a welcome addition. And Mr. Sands is on a well-deserved vacation. So Mr. DeVerna, hopefully been here how many days? 2 weeks. So hopefully you can answer questions. So anyways, I just want to introduce you. I think it'll be a great addition to, us working together. So.
So the members of the council would like to welcome you. We're looking forward to seeing you with us many times coming up, and thank you for spending your holidays with us. It's a good start. Okay, Superintendent
All right.
Levis, would you
So I
begin?
just, I don't know where it's gonna put up there, Cody, thanks. All right, go to the next slide, Cody, there. And this is just a disclaimer. Obviously, this is very preliminary, right? Considering the timeline, the information we have, like I said, we met on Tuesday night. We had just received a preliminary reduction in state aid. Actually, I have copies for everybody so you can see, even though we were hit by 700,000, like West Warwick was reduced by 900,000. I think North Smithfield, 1 some odd million, Burrville. So, and what we're told, but it doesn't mean, it's just words, but I've been told that through the Superintendent Association, the state is looking at stabilization funds to at least level fund us. So I will pass these out afterwards. So that's next slide, Cody. So this just gives you an idea of some of our timeline. We were hoping to get, again, this was preliminary state aid. We're hoping by mid-March we get finalized when they look at our enrollment numbers, if they add stabilization. Also, then the Governor General Assembly in June. So there's a lot more time to take place with to figure out what our state education aid will actually be. Tuition estimates, we put some numbers in here, but as we get closer into March, we have a better idea of what our tuitions are going to be out of district next year. Budget from directors, that's January 5th. So our directors are going to be submitting budgets, working with Mr. DeVerner and Mr. Sands on the 5th. Our budget principals on January 11th. We get an idea of our transportation costs by the mid-end of January. Health and dental estimates, late March, early April. Our previous finance director, Ms. Mandrelli, is where we from West Bay Health. And so we have, we get a good estimate of what our rates will be. Our out-of-district special education costs, that's ongoing. Those change daily, but we try to project as much as we can. But we could have 2 or 3 students move in, overnight, and we can't control that. But we try to come up with the best estimate that we can based on history. And then one of the things we look at is retirees. And at the end of April, we get an idea. People submit letters, but because that can, depending on the number of retirees we could get, that can be a significant savings if we could hire somebody at a lower level. So that's kind of looking at just some of the assumptions we've made now, when we'll finalize those. Next slide, please. So we talked about state aid. Here's the decrease by $714,383 based on current estimates from RIDE. So I attended a meeting not last week, the week prior, where we were told that they were going to try to at least level fund us. Before we thought we were going to get a little increase. Mr. Sands went to a meeting and said that many districts were going to be getting a significant cut or a reduction, and there was only a few, less than 10 winners, about 5 or 6 winners in the state. So not including charter schools. So then when we found out, like I said, last Tuesday night, myself and Mr. Cowart met with Mr. Marchand. We gave him the sheet, and it was a $714,000. So we're hoping that'll change. Again, our tuition revenues, we project them out, but those can definitely change depending on students moving in, students going out of district. We think that our Medicaid revenue is on target. We think so, but it's, consistent with what we received last year. And other revenue remains consistent. We're not projecting increase in miscellaneous reimbursements. And Dr. Dickson already talked about, one of the things that we need to talk about is moving forward is cell tower revenue. So we can do that when we meet again. We use a fund balance. I know, again, there's a disagreement, but, we've been using fund balance. It's a practice in Rhode Island. I think at the end of the day, we can have our attorneys work together, but it's something we've had in our budgets. The budgets have been approved. It's not ideal. Nobody wants to use fund balance. but we also have to maintain a level of services. And, you know, when we're level funded, and there's a slide, it's not a new slide. We just added to it. Later on, you'll see where the percentages that the school has received. And you look at, you know, cost of living, CPI. It's a slide we added last year. Ms. Mangiarelli had put together this year. Mr. DeVerner and Mr. Sands moved it out. There was some shifting with the auditors, so it's a little bit more difficult, but we'll talk about that in a bit. And then there's some unfunded mandates. That's something we always talk about in budget, but we have civics education, financial literacy, Right to Read Act. These are requirements that the state is putting in place. We're not sure exactly. We believe they'll be in place for next year. And so some of these are courses. Every student in the high school has to take a civics education course. They'll have to have financial literacy. So we have to look and see in terms of, you know, do we have to add teachers? If we have to add different sections, and we don't know, but that's just to put that on people's radar. That's something we have to look at. The Right to Read Act is pretty significant because elementary teachers have to be teachers of reading. And so it's, you know, significant amount of coursework and hours that they have to put in. And the districts are responsible to provide that training. We can't say you need this and go get it. Then there's an awareness level that middle school and high school, it's less hours, but they have to be provided this training and the district has to do that. So we have to, you know, we're in the process of figuring out when this will be mandated because they keep kind of moving the target. You know, it was supposed to be for next year, the beginning of the year, but this conversation, they may move it out, but it could impact our budget, just to put it on everybody's radar. Next slide, please, Cody. So one of the things we do is we finalize our staffing patterns, right? So we start meeting with, once students select courses, we look and see the number of teachers we need. It's a lot easier at elementary school. It's about enrollment, how many third grades you need in a building. At the secondary level, it's a lot more challenging because in terms of, you know, we want to continue to offer a significant number of AP classes. We want to expand languages at the middle school. So this is something we do ongoing, but it's something that, you know, towards, you know, March, April is when we get a better handle on that. Once students kind of select courses and we have a better handle on our enrollment. So our salaries, they're, what's important to know is, you know, we've given the step raises and contractual raises. Those are in the budget. But last year this current year, we used $857,000 of ESSER funds to fund custodians and COVID nurses. And so we put them in the budget this year. We know that, you know, we'll have to make a tough decision around the nursing. I think all of us thought this COVID thing would be done. I wasn't expecting to wear these this year. And now we're seeing numbers higher than they've ever been, right? So, and we can't reduce our custodians. There's no way that we could reduce. I mean, I think we discussed before that since 2012, there was like 11 or 12 positions that had been cut. We put on 9 additional custodians. So we're still not where we were before, but we need that. Benefits we're projecting. So I think we were 3% 2 years ago. Last year, we had a 0% increase. And so just preliminary, we're looking at potentially 6% for healthcare, for health and dental. But again, we'll know, it's going to be based on our usage and we'll have a better idea after January, March. Purchase services, we put up 3%. But again, this is just a ballpark. We're looking at transportation contract and out of district tuition. Statewide transportation will be reduced by amount still to be determined. We would have approval from the school committee to purchase, I believe it's 5 vans. Right now we use statewide transportation for students that may be foster children living in other districts, students that go to some of these like Ponegant different schools. They take a statewide bus. Some of our special education students take statewide. And if there's only one student on that bus, we pay for the entire bus. We have a student that's $6,000 a month to transport. And so by purchasing these vans and having drivers, we think we can, you know, go into our out of district transportation by a significant amount. You know, we'll have the flexibility to pick up students, to drop them off. We'll have the flexibility to adjust. And the other part is we have students right now, because of the driver shortage, that aren't being transported. So we have a student that may live in Providence that has a right to come to Coventry, and then we get an email in the morning and it'll say, basically, we don't have a driver for route number 135. We've notified the parents. And it's tough to get, this happens on a frequent level. I can get data for that, but it's also not only going to be cost effective. When we talked to Mark Dunham at the Department of Ed, he said, when we're, making purchases like this, make sure that we document how it's going to impact our operating budget, which I just explained that we think we can cut into our, several $100,000, but it's also what's in the best interest of students. We're going to be able to make sure we can transport students and have the flexibility. Right now, we rely on this vendor. We've also reduced our equipment line by $432,000. So we were going to lease Chromebooks. In the past, we've come before the council and we've gotten a lease agreement. So what we did is before the school committee, and I think you guys are talking about your funds tonight. So we've been doing this all along. And again, instead of having 3 yearly lease payments, what we're able to do was a one-time purchase of $900 and some odd $1,000, and we purchased the Chromebooks. And so that's going to help us reduce our operating budget by this amount, for the next 3 years. So the $432,000, it'll help us offset that for the next 3 years. I mentioned before we went out to bid through Balance Rock Energy. I think you guys were working with them, at least when you were discussing putting solar on the landfill. So we went out to bid for natural gas and electric last year. And, the prices have skyrocketed. So we were looking at maybe saving $80,000, $90,000 a year. He's projecting now that we could save $200,000 a year. So our contract's a 3-year contract. So again, it depends on the electricity, the rate of electricity, natural gas. But we're very comfortable, at least this year. And we meet with Mr. Dan Joyce to talk about this, that we'll have a $200,000 savings in that area. So it's like cost avoidance, obviously. And then the virtual net metering, it kicks in next year. We were hoping that it would kick in at the end of this year. We have a virtual net metering contract with Kearsarge, and it's a solar farm, I believe, in Richmond. But it'll start next year, but that should be another $200,000 a year. And that goes up over, I think, the course of 25 years. So it was projected like between $8 and $11 million savings over 25. So these are things that we've done, the committee has done, we've done to try to impact our operating budget. So revenue, again, we monitor data closely to make sure we capture all students. It's not just a numbers game, it's also classification. We had the issues a few years ago with our ransomware. We've been working hard to make sure that we can capture, make sure that students are special education, English language learners. And so we've made sure we work on our systems. A big challenge right now is the free and reduced lunch, though, that right now lunch is free for everybody. And so there's no incentive for students or families to fill out paperwork. There are families that are also already qualified, like SNAP. And so we count those, but that's a big reason. That's one of the reasons why we have in enrollment, significant reduction of that $700,000. We also look for high cost special education students. We get a reimbursement rate and focus on Medicaid. One of our goals is that students that are eligible, that are special education students, but they're also eligible for Medicaid, we can maximize any health services and get reimbursement. And it doesn't impact their family's ability to get reimbursed. So we have a meeting, they have to, we work with the families, but we want to make sure we maximize that. And so we continue to work on that, our reimbursement rate. We're always looking at CT course offerings. Right now I'm working with, I know Cody's worked with them. It's Envision Technology Advisors. And we're trying to get a training program that will allow our students, it's an entry-level cybersecurity certification. And so we've been working with them, Jim Murphy, myself, we're going to work with our career tech, but we'd be the only one in the state that has this certification. So students could leave high school and get entry-level jobs in cybersecurity. So those are the type of things that we're working on. We know we have to have a niche to draw students. We're also looking at other ways we can increase tuition revenue. One of the areas is our transition program, which is students 18 to 21, 22, is based in our high school. Those students should be community-based. They're adults. People like it. They're in the high school. It's safe, but we're exploring some facilities out in the community, and we'd be able to tuition our students from other districts into that program. The school committee, I think we've already found a way to fund it using some of our IDA grant funds. So that's a way that we're exploring to tuition kids in. We have a couple of special ed programs that are in our elementary schools that we've been able to tuition students in. But we want to expand on that other than just, obviously the career tech would be nice, but we want to look at other ways that we can increase tuitions. And we talked a little bit about ESSER too in American Recovery Funds. We've been meeting regularly with the committee. Our vans, Chromebooks, and curriculum materials. The state has a regulation now that our materials have to meet a certain criteria. They're high quality, and they have an approval process. So we've been able to use our ESSER 2 funds to purchase curriculum materials, which the district would otherwise have to fund. So ideally, if we can do some one-time purchases, now curriculum obviously will have to continue, but it's a significant savings that we'll have over time using those funds. Expenditures. So our contracts for all employees are in place. We will start negotiating. We'll be working with the council and at the end of this year, because next year is the last year. And typically the CTA and SRP will send a letter before the end of the year, and we'll start the negotiation process, which means we send a letter to the council, and you'll appoint individual or however you choose to do it, this council to sit with us on the negotiating team. But for right now, for budgetary purposes, we know that our budget, we know what our contractual obligations are this year, going into next year. Again, I mentioned before about reviewing staffing and course loads. So, there are places where we determine that we can reduce classes. And then, we every year we have this issue where over summer, we try to reduce whatever we think we can. We have to notify teachers by a certain date. And then in the summer, if enrollment comes up, we have to add teachers back. So this is something we monitor, but we do it on a conservative. We end up losing teachers because if we lay them off, based on, the number of classrooms that we have, say, projected in April or May, we end up maybe losing some good teachers. And then we end up putting those classes back in maybe July. We determine that we've had enrollment. But that's how we monitor our enrollment and our staffing patterns. Talked about principals. They're working on their budget requests for FY23. And again, it's we look at every software, our curriculum, equipment costs. We're trying to find ways if we can use our ESSER funds, our remaining funds, to help us in terms of, improving student performance, addressing social emotional needs, wellness and safety, buying high quality curriculum. But we're also looking at, some of our software needs, so that if we can use those funds to purchase those needs, then again, it helps us reduce our operating expenditures from our budget. And then finally, we look at our purchase service agreements. We have contracts with nursing agencies, with agencies that provide speech and language. And we're always looking if we can. Some of the challenges are we may have students that have needs. A, staffing's a challenge, but B, it may seem like we have enough for a full-time equivalency, that we have enough services that we're contracting out. But the challenge is it could be in 4 buildings, right? And one person can't service in 4 buildings. But we're constantly reviewing that because we think it's better to have our employees, when we're paying a contracted rate, sometimes we pay $75, $95 an hour. So these are things that we monitor continuously. Next one. So this is our projected 2023 budget. And obviously, this is just based on what we know today. We've never gotten a 5.7% or 9.2%. So I don't want you to think that we think this is what the school department's going to get. When we look at everything that we know today, you'll see 2 budgets. One is the FY23 budget that has the 5.7%, doesn't include all the maintenance expenditures, the maintenance requirement. The one that's 9.2% does require. And again, this is preliminary. You can look at a state aid that's based on what we know today, that 3.5% reduction. You'll see a lot of other areas. We just have a 0% increase. The use of fund balance, we've gone from 500,000 to 322,000. Obviously, we don't want to use fund balance at all, right? It's not ideal, but we need to fund our operations. And we're still struggling, as the town is, when we were level funded a couple of years ago. That had a great impact on moving forward. And then you look at our expenditures. That 3.4% increase isn't it raises it so that we've added those additional staff in there also. So, but again, that's today, as we go through, our staffing is very, fluctuates greatly based on, like I said, at the elementary school on enrollment. And the secondary, it's more about courses and numbers of students that want to take different classes. So you see our purchase service, we mentioned before, about 3%. Supplies and materials, we have a reduction, but that's because of the funds that we talked about before. It doesn't include, like I said, we haven't projected our transportation costs. We haven't bought the vans. We don't know how easy it's going to be to get those 5 vans, but our goal is to have them in place for next year. You'll see the use of fund balance again for school lunch deficit. Right now, we're in a pretty good position. When I met with Mr. Sands the other day, it looks like we're almost even right now, so that's good. But, I think a lot of that was because, we're giving a lot of lunches away, and but we have to monitor that continuously and see. I don't know, there's part of the federal government is saying they want to have free lunches permanently, and how that'll impact us moving forward. I mean, it's great in terms of, students and families not having to pay, but there's always a cost, and we'll see how there's that impact in terms of our state aid, and thing that's not in here, but we have to remember how the state looks at Coventry. The state looks at Coventry's ability over time is the town has a greater ability to pay than the state. When you look at, and we can say, I'm not an expert in unemployment or what an average family of 4 makes, and I'm not an expert in terms of real estate values. But what the state is saying when they look at Coventry's ability to pay from year over year, that the ability of the state, of the town to pay is greater. And I think that's when we see like the percentages, like a Barrington may get like a 30 some odd, I'm throwing a number out there, reimbursement rate on construction, and we get 42%. So I think that's just something to keep in mind as we move forward, that the state may, our state aid may plateau and may actually start to drop. Next slide. And that's the 3-year projection. And again, we're going out 3 years. You'll see that, the first year, based on the budget, 5.7%, then it's 3.4%. This is without the maintenance requirement. Again, any of these numbers, some numbers won't change, but many of these numbers can change. And then the next slide is the 3-year projection with maintenance requirement. So again, you see that 9.2%, but then 3.8%. And again, a lot of those numbers were just moving across. And you can look at our projections with expenditures, but again, there's a lot of variables, a lot of moving parts. And then this slide here, I think, is something that we showed it last year. I know Mr. Sands worked with Ms. Mangiarelli on this. I know some other, individuals that helped us with this. This year, we just moved it out. But I just think it's important to, and again, Mr. DeVerner is a CPA. He's gone through this and worked on it because we want to make sure it's accurate. But if you look at what, I'll just focus on the schools here. So an average increase for us has been 1.09%. And so when you look at it, you look at just the CPI has been 1.9% over that time. This is from 2010 to 2000, and the current year that we're in, 12-year averages. And I think that we're struggling because of some of the budgets that have been put forward and approved in the past year. But I think this is significant to look at. I know there's projections and other documents that talk about us getting a 3% or higher. But the fact of the matter is, this is our history here. It would be nice moving forward, but this isn't our reality. And that's why I don't want to you see numbers like 5 point some odd percent, 9 point some odd percent. That would be great, but that's not our reality. We recognize that. And then there's just the next slide just is a graph. You can see there's only 4 times where the school departments receive more than CPI for the last 12 years. And I also want to say too, I do recognize, and not to skew this, we do recognize that the town carries on their side the debt service, right? So that's a big part of that. So. And then my last slide, even if we were to get our budget with the capital maintenance, we can meet the maintenance requirement. I want to be clear, it doesn't begin to address the needs that we have in our schools. Many of you have been in our schools and seen, and even getting a couple $1 million a year, yeah, you can chip away, but we have schools. We have a heating system in a school right now that we found out, we're trying to work and fix like we typically do. But the parts are so old, to get in the interior of it, we've got to, take out some, they're afraid that if we put too much tension on the exterior, these are parts like from the 70s, and it breaks, we're in trouble. And so this is ongoing. I was talking to Ms. Patno. We have a new director of facilities that'll be starting soon. And, part of it is that, we've been able to just use, keep things going. But we're at the point where we're going to have some major systems fail. So I just want to be clear that even if we were to receive this maintenance requirement, it doesn't address the maintenance needs of the schools. We talk, it's pretty obvious about the vulnerability of state aid. Something that's extremely frustrating for me is it's always been the career tech regulations. I'm working, actually, we've tried to get data from the Department of Ed to no avail. So I'm actually going to the Attorney General's office, because if you want to go to another school in Rhode Island and you want to take a career tech program, you have school choice. You can go anywhere you want. Doesn't matter if your school district offers a program. You can go next door. We have a student that just said they want to play D1 soccer. It has nothing to do with the programs. They want to go play D1 soccer. And the bottom line is I can't stop them, right? They can just go. And yet, if you have a disability, you have to work with your district. If you're socioeconomically disadvantaged, you have to work with your district. If you're a child that's family speaks a different language at home, you have to you have to work with your district. And so, to me, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but it's discriminatory practice. So I'm working with others to try to figure out, because there were regulations put in place that starting this January, the state was supposed to have developed a way to identify, compare programs. And so what they're going to say for regional career centers like ourselves, if we have a computer science program and Pontiganset does, and the state has an assessment that says, all right, these are similar programs, then students couldn't go. They couldn't go. So we could keep our students in. The problem is the state, and I don't want to blame the state, but the powers to be, whomever, they haven't pulled that group together, so there are no regs. So we're being told now that won't be in place till next year. So it's, the school committee knows we try to fight it. I try to do whatever I can do. And I support parents. I get a parent, and I think it was Mr. Pearson said to me, one time I was angry about something. He says, hey, remember, parents, they want to do what's in the best interest of their kids, right? And I get that. But we see, they're not going for career tech programs. They're going for sports. They're going for other things. Their friends go there. So it's frustrating, but the bottom line is that now that these regs aren't going to be in place, it's going to cost Coventry more. We don't have the bells and whistles of a Pontiganset. Even if we outperform them academically, it doesn't matter because we don't have the fancy bells and whistles that they do. Mm-hmm. So that's very frustrating for me, and it should be for this community. We've used that use of ESSER funds and fund balance to fund operations. We try to use the ESSER funds where it's a one-time, we talk about Chromebooks, we're talking about vans, but we've had to use it for personnel this year, right? And fund balance. Again, I believe, every district I've been in has used fund balance at one time or the other. Is it ideal? No. Is it something we want to do? No. But we have a level, we're in the people business. We have a level of services we have to provide. We can't just say, okay, we're going to cut all these positions just to get to this number. It's nice if we can, and we've tried to do that before, but it's not realistic. And so we've incorporated fund balance in our budgets. And, I think the last 3 years that I've been here, we've used fund balance. So, and I put down cell phone tower revenues. I'm not talking about moving forward, but that we have budgets FY21 and FY22 that were approved by the voters that have cell phone towers. Ever since I've been here, and I know Dr. Dickson, you shot me an email today, but you've been here longer than I have. We've received cell phone tower revenue. In fact, when Ms. Mangiarelli came on board, we were getting $42,000 a year. And so she met with Mr. Tebow, and Mr. Tebow shared that they were getting, say, I'm throwing a number out, say it was $75,000 a year. So we increased our ask because for 75, and we asked, why weren't we getting the 75? And it's because you never asked, right? So we did ask, and it's put in the budget. And so again, these are for the previous 2 years. And in moving forward, we can talk about it. And like I said, it'll come down to, it's not my decision, it's the school committee, but my recommendation obviously would be let the attorneys talk about it, right? Because it's going to come down to that. So, I already mentioned fund balance. And then the bottom one is that, we have to work together collectively. And, that's why I'm look forward to having this meeting, because I think we need to clear the air about things, but also with the goal of moving forward and truly, working together. Every time I've been here in Coventry, and this is going to my 7th year, we've always been like that one town, one, but it's never been that way. And in just my professionally, I've had to fight for everything since I've been here, right? Everything's been a fight. I'm exhausted. I'm just exhausted in life, never mind even work. But it's, I'll speak for myself. We have to do better, but we have to kind of clear the air and move forward. And that's what I'm hoping, because it's the only way we're going to get the trust of the community. The only way we're going to get a budget passed, not just to patch the budget, but actually pass a budget that addresses the needs. Mr. Marchand has said all the time, people want this and they want that. You're going to have to pay for it, right? I mean, it doesn't mean that but we've got to come to some agreement of what is it that we really want as a community, and go for it, and stop worrying that people won't support it. I think if it's in the best interest of the community, then I think people will. But I think how we move forward and the conversation we have is crucial. So,
Superintendent Levis, I understand your sentiments. I would like to stick to the agenda and talk about the projections for revenue and expenditures. And I think that we will continue the discussion in some of those areas that you are bringing up through continued dialogue and meetings that we have scheduled. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the most comprehensive school expenditure projections that I've seen in many a year. It's a lot of detail here and food for thought. And I'm going to open it up to members of the council who might like to ask questions. And I'll start with our Vice President, Ms. Ludwig.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I think if I remember correctly, when we did this a year ago, it was like, less than a 15-minute meeting. So I think this is a really good start to the budget season. Thank you. I had a couple questions, and I'm sorry, but my pages don't have page numbers. So
mine don't either.
if we go back a little bit to the beginning, it says preliminary budgetary assumptions, operations, and revenue. The state education aid, you said it's likely to, I don't know if likely is the right word. It probably will decrease by about $714K. Can you just remind us, when do they actually finalize that?
So
when do we actually know
March,
for sure?
I think it says right there, they're going to use March enrollment. That would be when we'll know our last numbers that'll apply to it, but it's when the General Assembly approves it and then the governor signs it. So it's like April, sometimes April, May, June, I think is when it gets adopted, I believe, when the state votes on. So that's why I'm saying this is early. But for us, the big thing is that we can control those March enrollment numbers.
Okay. Thank you. Another item you had talked a little bit about was on the same slide, the use of fund balance for school lunch and operations. I definitely, I think this is definitely an area for us to explore a little bit more in the new year. What it would mean to possibly not do that. So for example, I understand what you're saying. You can, and we have in some instances, but I think we need a little more discussion about how to actually put what's needed into the budget so that we don't have to do that. So I would like to continue exploring that. If you go to the next page, the statewide transportation is likely to be reduced. I was floored by the example you gave about $6,000 a month for one student from Northern Rhode Island. I mean, if you just do simple math on that, that's about $60,000 a year just to transport that student. I mean, that's crazy.
Right.
So,
but we have to do, that's the reality is that legally we're bound to provide transportation.
yeah. If there's something that you and the school committee come up with next year, I don't know if it's a resolution or something that you send to RIDE or the legislature as you're trying to make your recommendations for whatever they're going to come out with. I think you said in 2023, even if it's ideas like, income based, if someone's making over $100,000 a year, then maybe they pay for the student transportation or just anything that you come up with. That might be something that we can jointly, discuss a resolution or something together on. So just to put that on your radar. On the next slide, working to improve the budget. I was curious about the CTE course offerings. Well, firstly, the one for cybersecurity, that sounds amazing. I can't wait to hear more about that. In general, for CTE course offerings, does that fall under the new curriculum coordinator? Or does that, how does the program, how do the programs get chosen for that? So, which kind of leads to my overall question, is there any type of analysis or anything that we can do about current programs versus what we might do in the future?
I guess, I think we look at that all the time. I mean, there's a lot of variables. So there's requirements, right? Like I mentioned, 3 different courses that are coming in.
Yeah.
We also look at what do students take, right? So when you talk about analysis, we look at what courses do students take, what courses continuously have low enrollment and try to assess why, right? Why does it have low enrollment? But I think we can always continue to do analysis. The CTE, right now, moving forward, the way to put new courses on, there's a CTE board. It's a board that's, established by the state. And so moving forward, what they're going to, right now, we have a culinary arts program, but Pontiganza could have a culinary arts program. Cranston, Warwick have culinary arts programs. Moving forward, they're not going to allow that. They're going to identify regions. And if there's a new program, like analytics is something that's very big. And so they're going to allow districts to do pilots, and then they're going to assess the pilot, and then they'll look in a different region. So Situate and Coventry would not have an analytics. So moving forward, it's going to be much more competitive. It's about quality. Right now, districts have, put together these pathways and, some pathways just have 3 classes and they're able to tuition students in. So they're going to change that whole process. So we'll have to abide by that, but they haven't come out with that process yet.
Okay. I think I had one more. No, that was my last one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ludwig. Mrs. Shockley, questions?
Yeah, just a few. Thank you. So going back to the state aid being decreased, can I ask, so without school lunches and that sort of program, how are they calculating that?
I don't know. I've been asked to look into the exact formula. So we've reached out to RIDE to say exactly how did you come up with that 714,000? What I was told was that it's a combination of the impact on Coventry in many districts, the enrollment and the free and reduced lunch. So there's kind of like a for every student that's free and reduced, like if they're free, there's an increase, there's a percentage, and if they're reduced, it's a smaller percentage. But we had a year, I think, where we struggled with numbers. We shifted from a system and we had lost about $150,000. And it was kind of like my first year here. 150 students. And we lost like $700,000 based on that. And so we had to go, the RIDE came in and let us go back through our data to capture those, to see if there was errors in our data. So once I get that information, I'll share it with obviously the school committee and the council. But that's what we're being told right now. It's predominantly numbers and the number of free and reduced students.
All right. Because I thought you'd said people weren't really letting you know at this point.
Well, I can't tell you, they told us, but I can't tell you the exact formula, like how they came up with the 714.
Okay.
Those are the variables that I'm being told influence that number.
Just going on to the next page, I think last year there was concern, and I believe it was stated that a lot of the salaries would be short-term positions, like they wouldn't be continuing on. So, I do have concern that we're trying to add a lot of positions as FTEs without having the real funding for them. So it's something that as we go on in the discussion, I really feel needs to be discussed. But
those are the custodians, just, those are custodians and nurses, right? So we could use our ESSER funds, but I for health and safety, those are tough conversations we'll have to have. But I
guess
can
my
honestly,
thoughts are, if you're planning on not having them anymore after COVID, or as much as after COVID could ever be, that makes sense to me. But if you're planning on keeping these positions on, then that's a lot of money to add to the budget.
No, I agree.
Without having a way to keep paying for it in the future. And then I just want to ask one question on the 3-year projection, where on the 4-year projection, or the going through 2025, FY 2025, I would have to think that at least in this year's budget, the maintenance requirement shouldn't even be a question, right? Like we do have to, whether we add it in this way or pull from other places, $1.7 million of the school's budget has to go to maintenance, right?
Well, you just brought up a point about custodians and things like that. And so I'm going to tell you that, again, it's a conversation we'll have as a committee, but it's not in there. We were clear when the maintenance came that we struggle, that there's a struggle, and it's not in there. There's no way I can come up with $1.7 million.
But that's what you have to spend, right? In order to
Well, that's what they're saying. Exactly. So that, yeah, exactly. We have to spend that for the town to get the reimbursement back. I agree. So it's a conversation I think we all need to have, because we have to meet this requirement.
Because next year, no matter what, the future of a bond or what have you, next year there won't be the interest expense, right? So next year this has to come from your budget.
I don't understand.
So next year, let's say we decide to go forward with the bond, moving on to the end of the
correct
meeting. Even if we do that, next year, $1.7 million has to come from your operating budget, because there's no interest payments yet.
We're going to have to,
or no principal payments.
To meet the requirement, yes. We're going to have those conversations, right? Because, but yes, our goal is, and like Ms. Patno has given a directive this year, that if we couldn't meet it, we're going to use our ESSER funds to make sure we meet it.
And I just want to make sure that, that's understood, that as we move forward this year, we have to, while working with your budget, you have to really figure out how to, that's a large expense.
It is a large expense. That's why I think we have to have those conversations. And I went back to what Mr. Marchand says, what kind of community and services people want, because it's easy to say you have to meet it in here, but as we go through the budget, and most of our salary, most of our budget is in salaries, right? But we're in the people business. The most important resource we have are our educators and all of our staff that help schools operate. So, we need to have those conversations. And that's what I'm hoping. I think moving forward, we have conversations and dialogue, but yeah, it's going to be a tough conversation.
Council President Dickson, may I just respond
Mr.
to
Murray,
that point?
Mr. Murray?
And I'm not saying this is what will happen, but keep in mind, if you were to use a bond to count towards the maintenance requirement, you're spending money. You're not counting the interest, but you're spending money that can be counted.
Oh, okay.
So you could defer it out initially and count those funds.
Interesting. Okay, thanks.
They will count that.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Murray. Any more questions, Mrs. Shockley?
I'm all set. Thank you for the
Okay.
presentation.
Mrs. Lima?
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. All of my questions and comments have already been raised, so I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LeBlanc?
First, I just want to say I appreciate the time and effort that you and your team put into this presentation. Greatly appreciate it. I have three specific questions. The first one, the cell phone tower, just for the public listening. Does the school have an agreement that states the town promises to provide the school with the cell phone revenue?
I don't know. I mean, I think that I'm not going to tell you that we do or we don't. I can tell you that I think that, Miss Dr. Dickson put an email out and talked about doing research on both sides. So I think let's do that. That's my best answer. But I can tell you that cell phone tower revenue has been paid to the school department for the last 7-8 years. And you just have to go back to the budget. You'll see that it's in there and it's been approved. So, but again, I think let us do our research. And then at the end of the day, we'll get the attorneys involved.
Understood.
That's what they do best, right, Dave?
So, Mr. LeBlanc, a question, an issue has been raised relating to an email I sent out today.
Okay.
I have asked our town manager to look through all of the cell tower agreements that exist in the town hall and to see what they say and if there's any mention of the school in them, and also to look through all records to determine in what years we may have paid these funds to the school.
Okay.
I have also asked the school department to look through all of their records to see if there's any documentation they have regarding the payment of, to them for the cell tower use. Okay. So I've asked both sides to collect data so that we can actually come to some resolution on this issue.
Okay.
When I was on the school committee, this issue was raised every single year.
Okay.
And it's never been resolved. And it's time we resolve it, put it to bed, and make a decision about what's going to happen going into the future.
100%.
So it's a
agree.
good question, but can't be resolved this evening.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question number two, on the projected 2023 budget, local appropriations, it's up 5.7%, but the school has never received
Right.
that amount.
That's why this is preliminary. This is based on what we have today. We haven't gone in, crunch numbers, personnel. I think that's why that disclaimer. So we've never received that. And my expectation is that we won't, but that's where we're starting right now. If we were to fund everything that we have or we think we're going to need, that's what we would require.
Okay.
But I want to be clear. It's just like,
I just didn't know if
Stay
we should have
tuned,
gone with
right?
like
That's
a
kinda-
historical
no. We'll look at the
percentage.
next one,
9.2.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
But
Not gonna happen.
that's based on what we have today. And if we put in the money that, Ms. Shockley was talking about, that's what it would be without doing anything else.
Appreciate it. And my last question, do you have any insight into the decreases in enrollment or and tuition due to homeschooling and or students going to out of district because of COVID? Because I don't think.
Yeah, we go through homeschool not every, but most school committee meetings we talk about. We have about 168 students right now. Last year we broke 200. Then we started to see students come down. I think we ended like 170. So we do have students going. Like I mentioned, the floodgates kind of open when with this regulation I talked about for CTE. We have a lot of students that go to. We have a lot of students who go to Catholic schools, and those students want to go to small Pontiganza. They don't want to come to Big Bad, and I see a lot of that happening. So those are kind of the trends. And now we have students that go and they want to go with their friends. And we also have students that go and want to play sports in different communities. So and we saw a huge influx. Not exodus of students, not huge, but we saw a significant amount of students that showed interest when when sports were on the table, and then when the budget failed, right? And people would just get tired of that. So these are all things we need to think about moving forward. But
Absolutely. My only request, maybe in a future presentation,
Yep.
if we could just include enrollment data. I mean,
Sure.
there could be either a decrease, there could be an influx. I don't know what the answer is. I just want to see the data.
so about
For homeschooling,
Okay.
out of district, maybe year over year, maybe use 19 versus 21, just to kind of get a base. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the council? I would just mention that the biggest expense that the school has is for salaries and associated benefits. And there is a real need for some kind of analysis on the part of the school to look at the contracts and staffing needs, because this is the biggest expense. I mean, I understand in the revenue area, you're looking for sources of revenue. In the expenditures, you're looking for ways to reduce expenses. In some cases, it's small amounts. It's good that we're looking in every single area, but the biggest area is really in salaries. And this is where you're going to get the greatest savings. So I would hope that your negotiations would start very soon and that they would be very fruitful for all parties.
Yes, Dr. Dickson, I do want to state, though, that we had met, myself, the interim town manager, and previously, we met with all the unions, and we all agreed to come to the table. The only ones that came to the table and opened up were the school department, right? So I just want to remind people that I feel that, we're the largest employer, our budget's going to be large, but I think, and you've sat on negotiations with us, I think we gave percentages, but we also were able to change our benefit plan. I know there's been conversation about the SRP pension, but if you go look historically, their pension's almost been cut in half. So anytime we've negotiated, I think it's been, a lot of give and take. And so I would assume that we do the same moving forward. But I just don't want to make sure that, the public recognize that, we do bargain in good faith. And I think we had to get a $500,000 savings last time, if you remember, and we got that.
I do remember. Yes.
And then we got level funded. So,
there is a legacy of past practices that have brought us to this point in time. And we can remember and learn from those past practices. But what we want to do as a council is move forward. And we want to work with you and collaborate so that there is success for all parties and that we provide a very good education program for our students. But past practices, they're past. We're thinking about the future now and what we can do to move forward. So thank you. Now I'd like to open it up for questions from or comments from any members of the school committee. Any members of Mrs. Patno?
Thank you, Madam President. So I'll just go down the line. Mr. Pearson, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Mrs. Colonian.
I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to clarify. Now, the transportation, you said we're required to have that transportation. That's a federal law. Am I not mistaken?
Well, yes, there are federal laws, like for students who are fostered.
So you wouldn't be able to work with RIDE because it's a federal law.
Yeah, I mean, I think certain things like that are out of our control. But you never know. The General Assembly can do a lot of. They create laws too. So as long as it doesn't, if it goes above and beyond the federal law, we're okay.
Okay, thanks. That's all I wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Mrs. Colonian. Mr. Murray?
Yeah. First, I want to thank the council for some thoughtful inquiries. And as most of us know, who've been here and gone through this process, sometimes 3 times in a year. This is extremely early in the process. Normally, we have straight line projections, and this can change significantly. My hope is that there was a meeting in the state because of COVID and the enrollment projections. Many communities took a hit. So I'm hopeful that the General Assembly will see fit to adjust those numbers, realizing that COVID did happen and we're not the only district and it is a statewide issue. So I'm hopeful that number will readjust, whether it readjusts the full 700,000 to get us on par. I don't know. I'll be forthright in saying I told the superintendent that I thought the maintenance numbers should just be baked into the budget because we go around this every year and we kind of get it gets thrust upon the school committee like we're not doing our job. And, I don't like to go back in history, but I think we were here for the history, right? I know everyone here, you may not have been on council, but you were at those meetings when we fought and we tried and we did cut sports and we had to raise money to get them back and all these fights, right? And I'm tired. I'm as tired as Greg is. And I think we all are. So, I appreciate the tone. So moving forward, what we do about that maintenance mandate, I don't know. It's like all the mandates that what I find on the school side, and I hope the public understands this, is that there's many things we maybe like to do, but most of the things we can't do, and I found that out even, when I came onto the school committee, I'm like, how about we do this? How about we do that? I'm fiscally minded, right? And it's like, nope, we have to do that by the state. Nope, we have to provide this. And I understand it's student supports, but the reality is, we have taken steps, right? The net metering, the gas savings,
Right.
the transportation costs, the Chromebooks, things that we can do. Unfortunately, it's like picking up nickels off the ground every time, and it feels like you're not saving much. But those are the ways we can save. And so I expect, we're more than willing to work with you going forward to figure out what we can do, not focus on the things we can't. Going into contracts, anybody who's going through a contract negotiation knows the way it works is you sit at a table and you negotiate, and it's very rare you come out with 3 years worth of 0% increases and you get everything you want. It's just not how life works, especially when inflation's at 6 to 12%. It's unlikely that we're going to look across the table from workers and say, we expect 0. Healthcare is going to increase. Everything else is going to increase and your benefits are going to go down. So I think we have to be realistic moving forward with the public and explain that to the public of, this is the reality we live in. I'm not saying they have to love it. I appreciate it on the town side too. They have to negotiate with the unions on all sides. So I think having honest dialogue, and also the last thing I'll say is just tone going forward. I'm hopeful the tone I'm hearing tonight, expressing to the public that we're working together and trying to make this work. There's a lot of expenses on both sides. We both have to get it, and I appreciate that we're one town. So I really hope that we can work together to get a budget that works for the people and that they'll vote for. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I don't have any questions about our presentation, but I would like to echo Mr. Murray's sentiments in the sense that I look forward to working with the council on the budget for FY23 and with the town administration, and I'll remain positive. I know we're looking at, a huge CPI this year. That is the fact of life. And I don't see it coming down within the next year, but who knows? We could hope. So I think it's going to be a very challenging budget, and probably for the next few years. It's always challenging, but I look forward to working with the council on this. So thank you for this joint meeting, and look forward to future discussions.
Thank you very much. I strongly urge our school and town leaders to consider it a top priority to work on resolving the budgetary issues that we've identified as quickly as possible. Based on our approved budget schedule, the next budget discussion will be one that Mr. Superintendent Levis requested. That will be sometime in early January. Work sessions we also have scheduled for March 7th, 2022 for the town and March 21st for the school. I expect that the issues raised this evening will be resolved before all these meetings take place, hopefully. Thank you. Chairperson Patno, would you please adjourn your meeting?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Could I have a motion to adjourn? I have 8:33.
Go ahead.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Mr. Pearson? Yay or nay?
Yay.
Ms. Scalunian?
Yay.
Mr. Murray?
Yay.
And Mrs. Patno also. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you very much. Members of the council, we have a number of middle school students who are with us who would like to make some public comment, and I'd like to be able to allow that very early. So I would like a motion to allow public comment for the middle school students who are here today.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. 5 yeas, no nays. Mrs. Shockley and I attended the middle school recently, and I'll let her just briefly tell the public who was here what we saw and what we did, and then we'll ask any middle school student who would like to come to the podium, just raise your hand, and then you'll be invited to come up. You give your name and address. We also have, I believe, some middle school students on Zoom, and I'd like to ask you to keep your comments to at least 1 to 2 minutes, please, so that everyone will have a chance. Okay, Mrs. Shockley will just give a sort of an overview of what we did at the middle school.
Yes, we were invited in to speak to a group of 8th grade students at the Alan Sean Feinstein Middle School. They had decided on their own that they wanted to be able to discuss with the town council the reasons that they thought that the middle school needed this bond to move forward and these changes to be implemented. So what they did is they each discussed with us what they thought issues were with their school. Some things that they brought up were, there's a bucket in the hallway to catch water where there's a leak coming from the ceiling. And that not only is a hygiene issue, but in trying to walk through the hallways, children are often running into each other because there's not enough room during class, in between classes. The floors aren't even. There are places where the tiles are coming up and the floors are buckling. So this is an issue that's somewhat dangerous for them. Another young man spoke to how he often barely catches the bus when leaving school because of how far away his end of day class is from where his bus is. So they had this discussion with us. We discussed with them just different things that the town council has to think about in moving forward. And they also asked how they could help. So their being here tonight, I would have to say, is very impressive. Like I said, they took the time to express their ideas to 2 members of the council, which I thought was extremely mature of them. They also chose to come here tonight to express it to the full council. And one thing that they said that really had an impact on me was one young man who I happen to somewhat know, based on the fact that he's a scholar athlete at the school. He said, we're the future of Coventry. We want to stay here. And, this is when I'm making my decision of where I go to high school. And I thought that that was really impactful because it was definitely a group of kids that I want to have as the future of Coventry. So I'm glad they're here tonight.
So thank you. If there are any students here who would like to speak, please raise your hand. I'll recognize you. Okay, the young lady in the back, please. Please come forward, state your name and address.
She's having a little trouble right now, but she has her thing that she wrote and submitted to you guys today. So if you're okay, I would read it for her.
Please give your name and address and also name of the person who wrote this message, please.
My name is Angie Murray, and my address is 121 Hill Farm Camp Road. And my daughter's name is Abby Murray. And this is the letter that she wrote to you guys today. Hi, my name is Abby Murray, and I am in 8th grade at ASFMS. I had my glasses so I could do this. I'm very concerned about our school and the kids coming into our school for the next however many years. Our school is in rough condition, to say the least. I hope by now you have heard about the mold spreading in our classrooms. We are missing learning tools this year because if our teacher brought them in, mold would grow on them. Our Italian classroom is not available to use right now because the air quality is so bad. I know you probably think you know everything that goes on in this school, but the truth is that unless you spend 7 hours a day, 5 days a week here, it is hard to understand everything that's happening. The floors are cracked and are shifting, which are a safety hazard for kids trying to get around their school. Pipes are constantly leaking from the ceiling in the hallways, so the floor is either very slippery or there are trash cans in the hallways, which are also safety hazards. Even though there are many safety hazards in our school, this is not the only issue. We are losing more and more people to other high schools because of how worn down the middle school and the high schools are. Very smart kids with a bright future are leaving our community because they want a better learning environment. People are not proud to be part of the Coventry School District. The last issue I will talk about in this email is the mental health of people in our school. I know many people in our school that are struggling with anxiety, depression, and other mental illnesses. Spending so much time in a school where people don't feel comfortable or welcome can have a real impact on students. People don't know where their classes are, and if they are late, they get in trouble. It's not fair to students when they have to be in a school with not very much artwork on the walls and a not very welcoming atmosphere. School should be a learning experience where you can learn not only from the books, but from real life experiences. Students should learn more about themselves and others during their journey. They should enjoy and not dread it. Our school system needs to be fixed, and this is the first step in doing so. Thank you for listening to what I have to say, and I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. Abby Murray.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mrs. Murray. Is there any other student who would like to speak? Please raise your hand and come forward. Good evening. Please state your name and address, please.
My name is Joseph Munir, and my address is Raccoon Run Road.
Speak up a little louder so that we can record you better.
My name is Joseph Munir, and I live on Raccoon Run Road. Our school has many issues that need solving, and these issues can lead from mold growing on all sorts of walls, on the walls, in the classrooms, in the hallways, on the roofs. And it can get really challenging for some people, especially if they have asthma, to have to breathe that in every day for 5 days a week. And to go in and have to learn in this environment and try to stay focused and work on a better future for themselves can be very challenging. And it can be very harmful for them down the road to have to try to cope with this and try to move on from it, even though it's a big issue. A lot of kids, especially in a pandemic, probably feel frightened to try to use the bathroom or to go into an area like that where it could be very contaminated. And our bathrooms at the school are very vandalized and could be very dirty. And custodians and workers at the school who help to clean seem to not be doing it too much, to a point where the bathrooms look very run down, very dirty, and it makes a lot of kids not want to use the bathroom. And other issues with the bathroom, such as the sinks being broken or different walls being broken, is another issue that needs fixing. I know another problem with the school's atmosphere is definitely crowding in the halls. This is another main issue because a lot of kids can get trampled. I know I've ran into many kids trying to get to my bus or just coming into the school in the morning. It's very challenging trying to go in that and trying to deal with that. And I know it could be very frightening for a lot of other kids, especially if they're smaller. They can get harmed very easily. And I definitely think that the school can use a lot of renovating to fix these type of issues, especially with things like plumbing, where there are leaks coming from the ceilings and there are holes in the floors. All these issues need fixing as soon as possible to ensure the safety for future kids going to the school. And I feel it could definitely make a huge impact on the learning that other kids will have and have their futures be impacted greatly from these changes.
Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other student who would like to speak?
Can you tap on the Zoom?
We will do that. Any other student here who would like to speak? Okay, is there any student on Zoom who would like to speak? Please raise your hand.
Do they know how to do that?
Do they know how to do it? Could you please explain how they would do it?
They can't hear me.
Oh, they can't hear you. Okay. If you go to, I think it's chat, right?
No, go to the bottom.
Oh, go to the bottom. Yes, you'll see a little hand down there. It says raise hand. If you click on that, there will be a hand that will appear before your name and we will know that you want to speak. Ms. Lemare, do you recognize any names on the list?
They might have flags, but they get a little bit late. No, I don't see them.
Okay, thank you very much. We want to give the students an opportunity to speak. One last call. Any other student who would like to speak? So I'd like to thank the two students who came prepared to speak so eloquently, and we appreciate your comments. Thank you so much. The next agenda item is Agenda E1, Mr. Marchand, presentation on the use of American Rescue Plan Act funds. I would like to ask the council to table this to the end of the meeting so that we may move through the meeting because we're running, I believe, short of time. So may we have a motion to table this to the end of the meeting, this agenda item?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Roll call. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes, 5 yeas, no nays. We'll now move on to E2, finance reports for October and November, reference pages 49 to 60. Ms. Mills, welcome.
Hello, Madam President. Honorable Council attaches a budget update for October 2021 and November 2021. October represents 33% of the current fiscal year, and November represents 41.6% of the current fiscal year. Do you have any questions?
You have a summary for each of your reports. Perhaps you could read your summary so that the members of the public will be more acquainted with this monthly report, please.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we'll start with October.
Start with October, please.
Okay, so we can start with the executive summary in the middle of the page, and we have a surplus today of $7,127,918, which represents about 6.38% of our budget, compared to last year, $1,410,159, which is about 1.32% of our budget. I showed this analysis subtracting out the federal COVID money just to get a real comparative. So we're around 1.72% of our budget, and last year 1.32%. So we're pretty close. Revenues are currently 40.26%, higher than last year's 33.24%. We have a couple of bullets that are a little bit similar. From prior month, we're incorporating stronger internal controls. We've added another internal control procedures for the DPW department, and the biggest, one of the highest increases for the state aid motor vehicle phase out. We're about 38% higher than last year's at this point. Included in our revenue is $5.2 million in federal COVID funding, and expenditures are at 33.89, higher than last year's 31.92%.
Okay. Thank you for the
welcome.
October summary. Are there any members of the council who would like to ask questions about the October report?
Just to make sure I'm clear, the motor vehicle is the taxes that we get from people. It has nothing to do with what the state's phase out is, right?
No, it is the state phase out.
So I'm just confused because I thought so it was reduced,
No, so
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or am I remembering that wrong?
it is getting phased out in totality. All I'm doing is a comparative from at this point in time last year. Our phase out revenue is higher by 38%. Could be a combination of when they received it last year or.
Okay. Yeah, I was just
Most
like, why
likely-
would it be higher? It just didn't seem to make sense to me, but it could just be a receiving issue.
It could be that, and probably most likely our internal control procedures, we're trying to be timely.
Perfect.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, are there any more questions about the October report? Okay, let's move on to the November report. And Ms. Mills, would you please give us the summary also for members of the public?
Yes, ma'am. Attached is the budget update for November 2021. This represents 41.67% of the current fiscal year. We have the executive summary in the middle. We have our surplus to date of $14,411,520. At this point in time last year, our surplus was $9,900,000. $978,502, which represented 9.31% of our budget. After subtracting the COVID funding, we have 9.2 million in surplus, and last year was about 9.9 at this point in time. So, okay, to continue, revenues are at 54.51%, higher than last year's 49.29%. And we already talked about this, the stronger internal controls that we've incorporated in the finance department. So that's similar for this finance report as well. So motor vehicle phase out aid that we received from the state is 28% higher than last year's at this point in time. So I think it's, again, a function of how the internal controls are being instituted. And expenditures are at 41.62%, higher than last year's 39.98%. But we're right on track because expenditures at this point in time should be about 41.67, and we're at 41.62. So.
Thank you very much. Members of the council, do you have any questions on the November report? Mr. LeBlanc.
Ms. Mills, thanks for all the work that goes into these. I have two specific questions. Department, so this is page 57 of 82. It's the revenue report. Department 610 finance year to date is 56, let's just call it 57,000 in rev. But last year, the same time period was 307,000. Do we know what caused that drop?
So that's one of the, I guess, the four departments left that are breaking out. It was mainly, most of it was mainly in miscellaneous, but there's, so we're still going through all the detail. It's
Miscellaneous revenue?
Well, yeah, it's summarized in miscellaneous right now, and I'm trying to bifurcate it and put it in the right departments. That's partly that. So I haven't got to booking. I have not booked the finance area.
Okay.
For the last couple of months because
So there's just a little bit of work there.
well, we're breaking it out in more numbers. So in prior years, in this particular case, it was in one number, and we're breaking it out between the different functions of finance. So there's NFSs, and there's cell towers, and there's other rental income. So we're trying to break it out. So when we do print out the detail, you'll see all the detail instead of one number. So it's taking a lot of time to incorporate the new account numbers.
Okay. Understood.
So that's what that is.
Once you have it, if you could share, I would just be interested.
Yep, absolutely.
And then my only other question, Department 710, this is on expenditures, page 58 at 82. The police, the first line, Department 710, the expense is up $444,000 for this period versus last year. I just didn't know what's causing that significant jump.
Let me look. I have the detail here.
I would appreciate it. It's about an 8.7% increase, so I just was wondering. 710.
It appears there's two items.
Okay.
Motor vehicles. At this point in time, year to date, we've, that's account and 52300.
Okay.
We spent $101,500. So that's last year, I believe it was, I don't even think it was 60,000 that they spent. And then the other piece is pension seems to be higher than last year at this point in time.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Little, any other questions from members of the council on the November report? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Lima.
Yes. Could you just provide some color to the percentage I'm seeing on revenues, Department 710, Department 880, Public Works, page 57 in our packet? Just curious why it's.
Yes, this is another This is the new department that we incorporated internal controls on.
Oh,
This
so
month?
It's the bullet on the front that
Well,
you mentioned.
Yeah, it's partly that, and partly we bifurcated it out of the miscellaneous that was buried in last year's. So we have included in that is road permits that were put in finance revenue last year. And now we're putting it in here because it's where the appropriate department. So it's going to take a little bit of fleshing out. We also have, he has annex revenue, he has scrap metal. So you're going to see a lot more detail, and the DPW numbers are going to go a lot higher, as is building inspection, because we're pulling it out of the finance and miscellaneous into the proper departments.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions by members of the council on the November report? Okay, thank you so much. The next agenda item is licenses F1. Madam Clerk, please read the item. This is reference pages 61 to 64.
Applications for renewal of campground licenses. Water's Edge, 119 Peckham Lane, Coventry. Ahoyo Campground, 249 McManus Road, Coventry. Hickory Ridge Campground, 584 Victory Highway, Coventry.
Thank you. We'll take one at a time. May I have a motion to approve the license for Water's Edge?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Discussion. Mr. Marchand, any concerns or comments about this license?
No, these licenses have been reviewed by the police department and the zoning officer, and no issues were found.
Okay, thank you. Let's roll call vote. Any other questions, I'm sorry, by members of the council about Water's Edge? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. May I have a motion to approve the license for Oyoho Campground, 239 McManus Road, Coventry?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Mr. Marchand, any concerns or comments about this license application?
No, not for this license. Thanks.
Okay. Council members, any questions? Okay, roll call. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Next, may I have a motion to approve the license for Hickory Ridge Campground, 584 Victory Highway?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Marchand, any concerns or questions?
None.
Okay, thank you. Members of the council, any questions? Okay, Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read item F2.
New victualling license, DE Foods LLC, doing business as Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC, 824 Ty Oak Avenue, Coventry.
Thank you. May I have a motion from a member of the council?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Marchand, any concerns or questions or comments?
None for this license.
Okay. Members of the council, any questions concerning this license?
No.
Thank you. All right, voting. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Thank you. Public hearing. Item G1, may I have a motion to open public hearing for a new Class B liquor license for Blackstone Herbs and Coffee Bar Incorporated, doing business as Blackstone Herbs and Coffee Bar, 710 Center of New England Boulevard, Coventry. This is reference pages 67 to 69. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any member here from that organization? Yes, would you please come forward? Good evening. Please state your name and address.
My name is Gian Ranucci, and I live at 52 Center Road in Dudley, Massachusetts.
And tell us a little bit about this business, please.
This business is new. It is a coffee shop that we have opened up in the last 3 months. We're trying to extend nighttime hours with nighttime food and an alcohol license, liquor license.
Okay. And what will be your hours of operation, please?
I'm going to say from 8 a.m. until 10 p.m. is what I'm guessing. We haven't really came up with that 100% yet, but I wouldn't say later than 10 p.m.
And what days of the week?
7 days a week.
7 days a week. Okay, thank you. Members of the council, do you have any questions?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
So it's my understanding that you have a drive-through window.
Yes.
I'd like to suggest that we possibly make an amendment, or I can make a motion to amend so that there's no alcohol that's passed through the drive-through window.
That's fair.
Okay. All right. Please restate your amendment, please.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the application to state that no alcohol should be sold or passed through the drive-through window.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have a comment on that.
Mr. LeBlanc?
I guess what's the difference between someone walking into the building, buying the alcohol, bringing it to the car, and then, or going through the drive-through and doing the same thing?
Ms. Ludwig?
You could possibly do either. But my personal preference would not to be to serve alcohol through a window knowing the person is literally driving the car at the same time.
Any other questions or comments?
I also think identification purposes might be easier in the restaurant than through a drive-up. Someone getting alcohol has to prove they're 21 years old, and you might just make it easier for the bartender or whoever's serving that alcohol.
Sir, do you have any problems with that
No.
requirement?
No, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Do you have that requirement in your other places of business?
As far as what?
I thought you had other places of business.
We don't have a drive-through at our other location,
Okay.
so we don't have that issue.
All right. So we're going to vote on the amendment, and that is to amend the application that no alcohol should be sold through the drive-through. I'll take a vote on that. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The amendment passes. Now we're going to vote on the amended motion, and that is to approve a new Class B liquor license for Blackstone Herbs and Coffee Bar, doing business as Blackstone Herbs and Coffee Bar, 710 Center of New England Boulevard, Coventry, with the criteria that there should be no alcohol sold through the drive-through. Mr. Marchand.
Since this is a public hearing, before you take the vote,
Oh,
you should
that's
ask
true.
for other
Thank you.
public comment.
Thank you so much. Members of the public, this is a public hearing, so I forgot to ask if there are members of the public who would like to ask questions of the owner of this business concerning the business itself. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to ask a question? Ms. Ludwig?
No question, just a comment. So I've actually been to your location a couple times in the last month, and it's fantastic.
Awesome. I'd love to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who would like to ask a question? Additional questions from members of the council? Okay, we're ready to vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You now have your Class B license. May I have a motion to adjourn from public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. We adjourn from public hearing. Madam Clerk, Agenda H1, please read the agenda item.
Ratification of settlement agreement in the tax appeal matter involving Coventry Lodging Associates, LLC, and the Hampton Inn property at the center of New England.
This is our reference pages 11 through 13. May I have a motion to ratify the settlement agreement?
Do you want to give any context or?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Mr. D'Agostino, would you please give us a little summary of what this is all about?
Sure, Madam President. So basically, this matter involves a challenge to the town's tax assessment for property located within the center of New England development. The property in question happens to be the Hampton Inn. This settlement agreement, which was discussed in executive session directly with the council, settles an outstanding tax appeal filed by the taxpayer, and we would recommend approval of the settlement agreement.
Thank you very much. Any members of the council have questions about this? Thank you. May I have a motion to ratify the settlement agreement regarding Coventry Lodging?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. The next item is H2. Madam Clerk, please read the agenda item for Stop and Shop, reference pages 17 to 18.
Ratification of settlement agreement in the tax appeal case Stop and Shop versus Martini, case CK 2021-0289.
Thank you. I was going to have Mr. D'Agostino explain this after we had a motion a second, but we can do it now. So, Mr. D'Agostino?
Sure. Thank you, Council President. So much like the earlier item, which was just discussed and voted on, this involves a tax appeal. The one primary difference is this tax appeal was actually filed as a petition in the Superior Court. That's why it bears a civil action number. But this also has been resolved through negotiations involving myself, the tax assessor, our tax revaluation expert, and the taxpayer, and we recommend approval.
Thank you. May I have a motion to ratify this settlement agreement with Stop and Shop?
I'll make the motion. I'll second it.
Okay, Mrs. Lima and Jamie, okay.
I think it's.
Yes, we have a motion and we have a second. Thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Madam Clerk, please read the agenda item H3.
A motion to approve a Town of Coventry referendum to be held in spring of 2022 to approve a school construction project presented by the Coventry Building Committee on November 22nd, 2021 for a bond not to exceed $89,384,022, which would be funded by the Coventry taxpayers in the Rhode Island General Assembly.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll make a second.
Thank you. Discussion. As a council, we've heard presentations and participated in numerous discussions. Each of the council members has had time to make his or her views known and opinions known through public comments, engagement with constituents and voters in the community, and through questions submitted for response. It's now time to make a decision. I'll allow each council member an opportunity to make a statement. We will start with District 5, then we'll go through District 4, 3, 2, and 1. Then we will vote by districts in reverse order, District 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. After the voting, there'll be no more discussion on this agenda item. So I'm going to start with discussion or comments by Mrs. Shockley from District 5.
Thank you. What I wanted to start with is that tonight, the council is not approving moving forward with this project. We are approving or not approving, putting it forth to the voters. So I think that's a very important thing to note. There are certain reasons why I look at this project as a positive. The fact of the matter is, I don't think anyone questions the need. It's really, is this the amount of money we want to spend right now? And I will say, having been a resident of Coventry for the past 5 years, what I noticed is that not a lot of planning happens. A lot of things are done last minute, haphazardly, word of mouth. Even the town council, to become a member of this council, I did not have to prove I was qualified. All I had to do was get enough signatures to put my name on the ballot and enough people in my district to feel that I was their best representative. I look at the team that put together this project, and they were not asked to simply raise their hand. They were asked for their qualifications and then thanked for raising their hands. So we had people on this board who are involved in commercial construction that builds schools in the state of Rhode Island. They understand the timelines, they understand the costs, they understand the overages. So they were part of the team that put this together. We had a civil engineer who works for RIDOT and also understands how state funding works. We had our educators, some who worked for schools that I'm sure they would have liked to see torn down and rebuilt, but who wanted to move forward with this project. So we have the opportunity right now to decide as voters whether or not this is the project we want to move forward with. When it goes to the vote, I have many residents who have reached out to say they would support it. We also have residents who reached out to say they wouldn't. My biggest thought on this was, I want to know that we can fund it. Today, I received an email showing that if in this process we get approval to go over our 4% this year, we can pay for this bond. So part of what we'd be moving forward with in my best case scenario would be approving, sending this to the voters, but also saying as part of our enacting legislation, we would need to go above the 4% this year in order to pay for this bond. And then it's up to the residents. Is this the project they want? That I don't feel I'm qualified to decide for the town as a whole. If they want the project and then they also say, we're willing to fund the project, then this is the project that the town starts moving forward with. If the town rejects this project, then we don't go over the 4%. We simply do our operating budget and we move on from there. But this is a well-developed, well-thought-out project that meets a need in this town. That school needs to be totally renovated. That school is not functioning the way our students need it to. And whether we take care of it now with a plan or take care of it later without one is up to the residents of Coventry. But I think that's not up to me. Once we've confirmed, we can fund it. If the legislation doesn't pass to fund it, then that is part of how then moving forward would no longer be viable for me. I would need to know that the funding for this project is built in, but in that case, I would 100% want to move it to the voters to decide, is this the project that Coventry is going to focus on for the foreseeable future?
Thank you, Mrs. Shockley. Mrs. Lima.
Thanks. I just have some remarks. So I first want to thank the entire school building committee for their time, passion, and expertise donated to this project over countless hours, variety of meetings throughout the last 2 years. And as evidenced by the announcements that President Dickson makes at the start of almost every council meeting, it's really difficult to get people to step up and donate their time in service to their community. So this committee was very diligent in meeting regularly, putting forward the best construction plan possible in accordance with state standards, and that didn't go unnoticed by me, and it's very appreciated. As Mrs. Shockley said, no one can deny that tonight's vote on whether to move this project forward is a difficult decision. And we also can't deny that the need is incredibly great for our schools to receive a considerable amount of renovation and construction to bring them up to par with the 21st century needs of today's classroom environments. I personally toured the high school, the middle school, and specifically Tyoke Elementary School as it's in my district, and examined a whole host of needs that are well past due to be addressed. The mold issue specifically in the middle school is a catastrophic black eye on behalf of this town that no student, educator, or support staff deserves or should be subject to. The debate on this proposal doesn't lie with the need for it, but rather financing it. We've looked at countless scenarios presented by both the town and the school building committee that aim to solve just how we can make this work, how this proposal can be financially possible. So sure, it's been proven financially possible, but as a town councilor, I have to ask myself, is this financially responsible? Over the course of joint analysis of financing options, it's become abundantly clear that there are so many aspects that need to go right in order for this bond to happen and for debt payoff to be properly funded, and not just in the first year, but over the course of the life of the bond. I've heard some say, well, pushing this town to the brink of financial ruin is totally worth it for this project. But what many in town may not know is that even without this bond, we're already there. For those who could not attend the town's fiscal health presentation back in September, here's a reminder. We have $243,158,319 in total general fund liabilities. This is the total sum of all money our town owes, most commonly in the form of debt, most of which lies in an underfunded pension. Coventry's net position is currently in the negative at $136,332,799, meaning we have more debt than we do assets. We have a sewer enterprise fund that is more than $30 million in debt laid atop an utterly broken sewer program. And this is just our present situation. It doesn't consider our future, which the town council discussed at a recent strategic planning session, where we heard about the great need the town has across a variety of departments, and also in our urgent call to find more revenue sources to decrease the burden on taxpayers. With this proposed bond, the town will leverage nearly 90% of its borrowing power for a project that essentially ties the hands of future leadership over the next 2 decades and their ability to bond out for any other projects the town may need to take on. If this moves forward, all strategic planning we're doing now, including a comprehensive plan, results from the performance audit, capital improvement plan, strategic plans, road infrastructure assessments, wastewater facilities planning, and more, becomes utterly useless to act on without a healthy debt capital to work with. Not to mention the neglect this puts on our aging educational infrastructure alone, aside from many town projects. While this project may give us a brand new middle school, it's at the expense of any other potential projects, namely as it relates to the other school buildings over the next 25 years, including a 46-year-old Coventry High School, a 50-year-old Tyoke Elementary School, a 59-year-old Hopkins Hill Elementary School, a 51-year-old Black Rock Elementary School, and 73-year-old Western Coventry Elementary School. And by our school department's admission tonight, the maintenance requirement will not even touch the needs of these other schools. What's been most unfortunate about the entire process for me is that voting for a school bond project, in my opinion, should be fun and easy, and this process has been far from it. I've asked on multiple occasions if and when there was a conversation between the school building committee and the town manager or finance director about what amount exactly the town could actually afford, instead of essentially being told, here's what we can max our credit card to. At some point, the rubber has to meet the road on how we're going to pay for this project. And it's unfortunate we didn't have this be the #1 question answered at the start of this process 2 years ago. In addition to all this decision is difficult for me as a young homeowner in town who would like to have children and raise a family here. I want my future children and all children of Coventry to have the best facilities possible to succeed, not just here in town, but above and beyond wherever their journey takes them when their time with Coventry Public Schools ends. That's what every parent wants for their children, and it's what all residents should want, regardless of whether or not they have children in the school system here in Coventry. Developing a plan expediently that comprehensively and holistically addresses all school buildings is at the top of my priority list, and I know it is for others on this council. I'm asking us tonight to dream bigger. Let's work together on a plan that not only provides state-of-the-art facilities to our youth of all grades and ages, but also allows the town to make considerable headway on our existing debt, finds creative ways to increase revenue to the town to ease the burden on our tax base, positions us to tackle infrastructure and capital improvement issues that exist inside the school facility purview, as well as outside of the school department across town that benefit all residents, and sets our town up on a path for success that present and future generations can be proud of and enticed to join and contribute to. You can be for improved and renovated school facilities, but against the financing options that this project requires to afford it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lima. Mr. LeBlanc.
Well, I completely agree with everything that Councilwoman Lima just stated, and I don't want to be repetitive. So I just want to say that the school building committee was asked to come up with a school construction project, which they did. The problem is that it was not asked to focus on all of the town's needs, both school and town, and then come up with a project that was financially responsible for this town. I wish the ask to the school building committee was to provide the council with multiple options and then the town council could make the final decision on which one would go to the voters. I sincerely appreciate all the time and effort that the school building committee spent on coming up with this project that was presented tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Ledwick.
So I also appreciate the work that the school building committee has done. I think a few of my points have already been raised, and I'm in agreement with some of my fellow councils here. So I'm going to try to stick to a few thoughts that have not already been talked about. When approving a bond to go to the community, if the only downside of the particular option in front of us was just the cost, and that's something that taxpayers could make on their own, I would feel comfortable moving this forward to voters. The problem is, when I look back over the last 2 months, I sent a Facebook message out to say, do you want me to move this forward to voters? And I know that there's been multiple times that people, whether on Facebook and town council meetings, et cetera, have said, do you want this to move to the voters? And to date, I've only received approximately 12 emails and maybe 7 phone calls. And those were a mixture of yays and nays to send it to the voters. And every single person I talked to had no idea that the reimbursement, which is what they started the conversation with me on, how could we not do this reimbursement, had no idea that after the initial approximately $8 million PAYGO money, that this wouldn't just be automatically paid back in a lump sum. It would only start being paid back after the building work was done. Also, there were other things that I started to think about. Okay, if they don't understand that part, what else can they possibly not understand? So I've been in all the meetings, and I'll tell you what I'm concerned with. So firstly, I know that other communities have been discussed and other communities have approved, a number of these very large bondings. But sometimes what's left out, and this is concerning to me, is that some of the places that have been mentioned have 90+% state reimbursement and or are not in a net negative position as a town. It's very difficult to say, well, this community went out to bond, why can't Coventry? When that community is not in a net negative position. And then lastly, the main concern that I have is that putting on a bond this large would basically hit us at the 90% lending capacity. And realistically, based off of whatever percentage estimates that we say incrementally we go forward with, that 90% lending capacity only comes down by about $2 to $4 million a year. So realistically, we couldn't do anything else in town for 15 years until we could really take some sort of chunk of money, $10 to $15 million, to actually put it towards something useful. And so for me, that's too large. And the last comment I'll make is, someone asked me earlier in the year why I bought a new car. and I got rid of my old Honda Odyssey van. You know, it was, oh, breaking down, and oh, you got that nice new car, Jen. You want to buy nice new things. This is what we should do for our bond. And I thought to myself, firstly, I didn't realize people looked at my car, but then secondly, I thought, you know what? I didn't max out my credit and go for the $90,000 Land Rover. I bought the 3-year-old wagon for $40K, and I'm living in my means. And so that's why tonight I don't feel I can move forward on a $90 million bond or $89 and change million bond as a responsible move for the town in its current position.
Thank you. There's no doubt that we have deterioration of the physical plant in each of our 7 schools. We have concerns about unhealthy conditions in the middle school. We have a potential loss of accreditation at the high school regarding the condition of the gym. The well at Western Coventry Elementary School should be replaced. We have high school science labs that are very antiquated. In many ways, the world has changed, but in some ways, Coventry has stood still. As a 6-year member of the school committee and a 3-year member of the town council, I know these schools, I've been in these schools, and when I speak with honesty and commitment. We cannot wait to improve our schools. Schools are the lifeblood of a community. They give it strength and vitality. A robust school system draws students and parents into the community, not away to neighboring communities such as Pontigansett and Exeter, West Greenwich. There is a very heavy price tag on this project, $89 million. And I have been very vocal about this project and its costs. I've been thinking for months that this is a decision about financial affordability and the town's capacity to manage debt. Those factors are very critical. I had an hour conversation today with a member of the community, in fact, from my district, who called me and who told me about how he is on a fixed income and he really can't afford an increase in taxes, and other people have called me and said the same thing. But I no longer think that this is a question of affordability and capability. I think this question really is a question about community values relating to the town in which its residents live. Do the residents want to live in a community in which time has stood still and its school buildings deteriorate? It is a question about what kind of community we want now and in the future. The community needs to weigh in and needs to vote in a referendum on March 2022, and it needs to let its voice be known. The vote is to authorize a bond. Authorization does not equate to borrow. So I want to mention that again. Authorization does not equate to borrow. Once the council hears the community's voice in March, then it can determine what and how it can finance a project that provides benefits and reduce risks. Financial decisions will not be easy. Then that will be the real test of the community when it comes to the budget vote in May 2022. After the budget vote, the council can make a decision to borrow money or not, or go back to the Coventry Building Committee and ask it to submit a project that the council believes it can support. We need to know what the community's vision is for the residents' vision is for its community. So I do want to send this vote to a referendum. I want to hear the community's support, and I want to really understand what is the community's vision about what it wants for its community. And I just want to mention that authorization does not equate to borrow. It simply, for me, is a measure of the support of the community toward improvement. That's my last statement. So we'll now go to a vote, and I believe that we're going to vote in order of district 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay?
Can I just make one?
Yes, you may.
Only because I want to clarify, because Councilwoman Ludwig mentioned that if we had 10 or 15 million to borrow with earlier, isn't $4 to $5 million a year going to be available in the next couple of years? Isn't that what was said at last week's meeting?
So if the bond was to pass, yes, it would be 2 million from old debt and roughly 2 million from the new debt.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think I needed to be clarified. I said.
You said 2 million, so I
No,
just
I
wanted.
said between
Oh,
2
sorry
and
about that.
4. And I don't know why my comment out of everyone's had to be clarified.
You had mentioned
Thank you.
15 million would be an amount of money. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've had a motion and we've had a second. The vote. Mrs. Dickson, yes.
So the clerk should be reading this.
Okay, there has been a request that the clerk read the names. Do it in order of districts, please. Mrs. Dickson, then Ludwig, LeBlanc, Lima, and Shockley. Madam Clerk.
Ann Dickson, District 1.
Yes.
Okay, Jennifer Ludwig, District 2.
No.
Jamie LeBlanc, District 3.
No.
Hillary Lemer, District 4.
No.
Kimberly Shockley, District 5.
Yes.
2 yeas, 3 nays. The motion does not pass. Thank you, members of the council. Madam Clerk, please read item H5, reference pages 19 to 44.
Ratification of settlement agreements with Johnson & Johnson and National Distributor in the National Opioid Litigation Matter.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Roll call. I'm sorry, discussion. Any discussion? Mr. D'Agostino, could you please give us a little overview of this settlement agreement?
Sure.
Motion.
Thank you, Madam President. So what these two proposed settlement agreements address are a potential settlement in the national opioid litigation matter. I think as everybody is aware, and anybody who pays attention to the news is aware, for the last several years, there's been a large consortium of local governments that have filed lawsuits against the makers and distributors of opioids related to trying to recover monies to local governments for the opioid epidemic crisis. The two particular settlement agreements that are before the council for consideration this evening, one involves Johnson & Johnson. The other involves the so-called Big Three distributors. That includes McKesson, Amerisource Bergen, and the third one is, I'm sorry. Yes, Cardinal Health. Thank you. So just so everybody understands, these settlement agreements are contingent. They're contingent upon a couple of moving pieces. First, the council's being asked to approve this settlement agreement. And in order for this settlement agreement to be fully realized, there has to be a sufficient amount of participation of plaintiffs from across the country. The expectation is that there will be. So if the Coventry Council approves these this evening, the expectation is that we will get that much closer to a settlement rather than a continued litigation of these opioid cases. The other part of the settlement agreement is that within the state of Rhode Island, there has to be up to a 95% city and town participation rate. So Coventry's vote this evening will actually coincide with a number of other communities who are also voting this evening to approve these agreements. If Rhode Island reaches 95% participation, and if the overall settlement agreement is approved, then the town of Coventry can expect to receive certain monies from the opioid settlement. Again, it's all very contingent. The specific information has been shared with the council in executive session and discussed with myself as well as a representative of the National Litigation Council Consortium. And we are recommending approval this evening. If approved, we can make the settlement amounts publicly available as well as the settlement agreements. But again, these are contingent. So we would expect that you approve them, and if there is sufficient sufficient mass in approving these from other communities throughout the country, then we expect that they actually will be fully realized. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments by members of the council? Ms. Ludwig?
So personally speaking, I think people are inherently responsible for their own actions. But as a counselor tonight, I will be voting yes because I see no downside to the people of Coventry and the town participating in this settlement agreement. So I just wanted to make a personal statement that while I wouldn't personally do this, I do think it's in the town's best interest to proceed.
Thank you. Mrs. Lima?
Just quickly, the officer who regularly delivers my agenda, I sometimes have conversations with him about things going on in the neighborhood because it's his beat, and the opioid and substance abuse issues are particularly high, especially in my district in the eastern side of Coventry. So I think any resources or help that we can get our police and fire on this is really needed. It's a huge issue and probably one of the top issues that they get calls about, especially, like I said, especially on the eastern side of town. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. LeBlanc?
My only comment is that if we do end up receiving funds from this, I just hope that it is split between the police and the fire. I do believe the fire deserves, because they obviously are the ones going out to the houses and dealing with all the calls. So along with the police. So I just want to make that comment.
Thank you. Any resources that we would receive as a town are sizable, and they will be used, just to mention, they will be used to provide services to those who are in need. That includes the caretakers, the people, the family members, the relatives, the neighbors who are working and living side by side with people who have problems with drug abuse. So it's a very good program for us to participate in. So we'll take a vote now. Mrs. Dickson, yes. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Ms. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Yes, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. We're now on to item agenda I, power purchase agreement, reference pages 47 to 59. Madam Clerk, would you read the power purchase agreement for us, please?
Authorizing the town manager to enter into an agreement with Hampshire Power Corporation, 116 Pleasant Street, East Hampton, Mass, to purchase bill credits generated by projects within National Grid's distribution service territory under the terms of this agreement.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mrs. Shockley. Mr. Marchant, would you provide us with more information about this power purchase agreement?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I do want to acknowledge that we have representative from Hampshire Power, Mr. Drew, who on Zoom, who can also speak to this in greater detail should the council have any questions. But this is a program throughout Rhode Island that municipalities and other governmental type agencies are eligible to participate in. It functions somewhat as every renewable energy project, be it a solar array or a wind turbine, generates certain amount of credits through virtual net metering. We're able to take advantage of these credits and receive a revenue, a rebate on our power consumption, and it comes in as revenue to the town. And this is a specific project where they are seeking to sell the town's energy consumption capacity of approximately 1.2 megawatts a year, megawatts a year. And this will go towards a specific project and will use up the remaining capacity for that solar, in this case, a solar array. if time is somewhat of the essence, if we pass on it tonight, they will sell it to someone else, and we'll just have to look for another opportunity on another project down the road. In the last week, I've received a couple of inquiries from other power companies offering the same virtual net metering type agreements. I haven't called them back because they were advertising a 10% discount on our energy bills, and this one's a little higher than that, at 15% of a discount. But that's the information I have, and I will invite Mr. Is it Drew? Is she?
Mr. Marchand, would you please repeat the name of the person who's joining us and what he represents?
I believe it's Drew, who from Hampshire Power.
Okay. And what is his role with Hampshire Power?
He is, well, he's been working with Kevin McGee and I and answering questions. Unless there's another Drew on the call.
Hi, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. Thanks for that introduction, Ben. I'm Drew Houts. I'm with Hampshire Power. As Ben mentioned, I'm an account executive with the team, but work on the side working with towns, nonprofits, and businesses to find off-takers for our projects.
Okay. Mr. Marchand, could you just tell us a little bit more about this power purchase agreement, how many years it is? And I also want to know, does this exclude us signing other power purchase agreements with other companies, since you have had inquiries from other companies?
Right. So this would be a discount rate of 50% on all bill credits transferred to National Grid accounts, and that's where we purchase our power from. We have an expected utility usage of 1.2 million or 1.2 megawatts. And so we'd expect to get $241,265 annual and expected credits. And we would realize a savings of $36,190 a year. The term of this agreement is for 25 years. And I do believe there can be an extension. It does allow for early termination. What it does not allow for is we cannot double dip our 1.2 million megawatts for other projects. You only get to use it on one project. So the only way we would be able to purchase another virtual net metering agreement would be to consume more power above the 1.2 megawatts and then use that consumption towards other projects. I did inquire as to the power purchase agreement that the town has had with Wind Energy Development or the Green Energy Company, and that is a different program. And those two different programs, the power purchase agreement and the net metering, are compatible using the same 1.2 megawatts. So it can be a little unclear or perhaps confusing, but those two do run consecutively.
So the power purchase and net metering are different. Tell us a little bit more about the difference between the two.
Yeah, I can clarify if it's helpful for Ben as well. To simplify and summarize what Ben had just said, our agreement here is just going to be providing you with a 15% discount on credits that you'll receive on your utility bills. It's going to total just north of about $30,000 a year. You'll be able to participate for 25 years, and you guys, if for whatever reason choose to exit, just need to do so with 6-month written notice. This differs from your power purchase agreement and won't step on its toes because both of these agreements revolve around that annual usage that you guys have, the 1.2 million. Participating in this program won't reduce that, and your agreement with the power purchase stipulates that it remains on that usage. So they're able to exist together.
So Mr. Ho, is it Mr. Ho? Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. tell us about net metering, what that means?
Yeah, so net metering is a program that's used across country in Rhode Island. It allows us to provide you with credits from local solar arrays that we operate. The credits are going to reduce what you guys pay to the grid, to the utility each month. In return for the credits, we're going to give you a discount on them of 15%. Does that answer any of your questions? It's a fairly straightforward program in which you're able to receive credits, receive a discount on them, providing you guys with a guaranteed savings on your electric bills. It's going to end up being about a 15% savings on the town's entire electric expenses for the year.
Yeah, I'm still not clear on the difference between, I understand the power purchase agreement, but I'm not clear on net metering and how the two can coexist with different companies. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you say that again? You broke up there.
Yes. Can the power purchase agreement be with one company, your company, Hampshire, and net metering be with some other company?
So to be clear, the power purchase agreement in question was with WED, the wind energy development. Ben had shared that. I had the chance to read that. That is able to exist. That exists with a different company. This virtual net metering program is similar to the one that the school district participates in. It is able to exist in addition to that as well. They will not interfere with each other.
And is this power purchase agreement for the town and the school, or just the town?
Just the town. So
Questions?
let's just get the terminology is virtual net metering. Mr. Levis talked about it during his presentation that they're with a company called Kearsarge for their reduction in electricity costs. And so they're already participating in a virtual net metering program and getting that benefit, I think scheduled for 2024 in his presentation. We're talking about doing it just with the town side of the expenses. We can't get into their deal because it's already done. And so we're on our own. Looking back 10 years ago or 8 years ago, when the town entered into the power purchase agreement with the green energy company, at that time, originally, it was going to be a combined town and school initiative for 9 megawatts. But when the school backed out, it dropped it down to 1.2 for just the town. And so that is a separate kind of a deal where we'd be gaining the benefits of purchasing 1.2 megawatts of energy through WED for the rebate of $80,000 a year on our raw cost of energy per kilowatt hour. This is taking what we're consuming and rebating us 15% of our bill on their solar project. So that's how they both work in tandem.
Okay, thank you. Members of the council, Mr. LeBlanc.
Mr. Hu, how many towns in Rhode Island do you guys do business with?
Coventry is going to be the first one that we're going to be signing a contract with, but we're in conversations with a number of other ones regarding this first round of projects.
What states do you have a lot of clients in?
We're based in Massachusetts. That's our main market, but we're working throughout New England and New York as well.
Okay. And what's the average discount that you provide the towns in Mass?
So it varies state by state. So each market is entirely different. The average that we offer Mass, though, is about 10%.
2%?
Sorry, 10%.
Oh, 10. Sorry. I thought you said 2. Thank you. And then my only other question is, in the agreement, if the town wants to terminate it, we have to provide 6 months notice. But if your company wants to terminate it, you guys only have to provide 30 days. I guess I just wanted to understand why there was such a longer time on the town side.
Yeah, the discrepancy. I think you're asking about that. That's standard is when we work with the utility to provide short notice, we don't terminate. We've never terminated an agreement. The only time it would happen really if a hurricane or something came through. But that is notice that we need as we do work with the utility quite closely on those quick turnarounds.
So if you've never terminated, would you be okay with if we added language to say that you guys also had to provide us with 6 months notice?
We would be comfortable adding that language, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. LeBlanc, did you want to add an amendment?
Sure. I would add amendment to this agreement to state that Hampshire Power would be required to provide the town with 6 months' notice for termination, consistent with what they're asking the town.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that amendment? Okay, let's have a vote on the amendment to add to the agreement that Hampshire Power must provide the town of Coventry 6 months notice for termination, same conditions as we have with them or that they have with us. Okay, Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The amendment is approved. Are we ready to vote on the motion? Mrs. Lima?
So my biggest thing here is I don't know that the 15% is the best discount rate based on what the rates are in Rhode Island. I mean, Mr. Marchant mentioned that he's gotten some other proposals that are around 10%, but I don't know what other Rhode Island municipalities are getting as a discount rate. So we're kind of just blindly looking at this and at the 15% and being like, I guess it's good. I mean, we don't have anything to compare it against. So that's my only concern is we're not doing any due diligence to know that that's the best discount rate. And I guess I'd be curious if there's any wiggle room to increase that discount. Thank you.
We have a gentleman at the podium. I assume you want to speak. Would you give us your name and address, please?
Yes, good evening, council members. My name is Nicholas Goodyear. I'm an attorney here on behalf of WED Coventry LLC, Coventry One LLC. As discussed, there is an existing net metering contract with my client, and the town has not been participating in that for a few years. And WED stands ready, willing, and able to participate in that agreement. So there seems to be some discrepancies here. I just wanted to put you guys on notice to that extent and continue that agreement going forward.
I think that agreement did have a time limit, didn't it? Hasn't that agreement ended?
No.
Is it still active?
Yes.
No.
And
Okay. Well, one at a time then.
There's a statement in the memorandum that was produced by the town manager that we disagree with. I haven't seen language or noticed to that extent. The agreement was, I believe, a 30-year agreement with WED. And recently we've asked for Schedule Bs, which is a formality to move forward with those benefits and et cetera. That has not been provided through the prior town manager.
So when was that agreement signed? And it's for 30 years? Is it a binding agreement?
Right. The original agreement goes back to 2014.
Mm-hmm. And what did it, could you give us a summary of what it stated?
Well, I believe you have a summary written in this memo.
Well, we have members of the public who are not clear on what this is all about. So we do like to read some statements so that members of the public and the council
Correct.
are clear.
So, as referenced, there's a power purchase agreement going back, or a net metering finance agreement dated December 18th, 2014, pertains to.
President Dickson?
Yes.
I just have a quick comment. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm a little confused here. I thought on our agenda, we're talking about Hampshire Power. Is WED part of the Hampshire Power agreement?
No.
I don't think we can discuss this because it's not on the agenda, what's happening right now. I just wanted to call that out.
I think that was.
I'm just noticing the fact that you're entering to another power purchase agreement.
I understand, sir, but we have to follow OMA rules, and
Okay.
you are not on the agenda.
Rob,
So we are discussing something that's not on the agenda.
I'm putting you on notice that we would caution
Thank you.
the council.
Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. I think it is part of some of the inquiries that the town manager had received. So he has received several inquiries. So we've been talking about that, but I understand. I understand your concern, and you are correct. Thank you.
So
thank you.
President Dickson, I should just ask then, is this in our best interest to even be having a vote if this isn't settled out and there's potential legal action that's going to happen? I mean,
That's a question to ask Mr. Marchand.
It's really the council's pleasure to take more time. I'm not aware of any legal reasons that preclude both agreements from proceeding concurrently. I do say I was advised by representatives from the Wind Energy Development Company that despite the signed agreement the town had, the WED discontinued the operation of the program, which is why they need new Schedule B forms to be filled out as a result of the litigation that happened a couple of years ago that was settled last year. And by virtue of terminating that, they frame it as a formality to reinstate the terms of the agreement, which hasn't been done yet. And I did mention it in my memo. So to the extent that I acknowledged both of them, I don't know if that got onto the agenda as an agenda item for discussion, but we could certainly table this and continue the conversation. But my understanding is they're not mutually exclusive, and certainly continuing the arrangement with Wind Energy Development is a matter of council discussion.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ludwig?
So just a point of order here. Well, I appreciate you bringing something to the council's attention. We did not open public comment, and I'd ask respectfully that this gentleman please sit down.
I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to speak to that, but I believe there would be a public opportunity.
But thank you. There's public comment allowed at the end of the meeting. So you have anyone who's here has an opportunity to make public comment during that time.
Right.
When I recognized you, I thought you were part of the discussion. So it was my mistake in allowing you to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would say I would like to see confirmation that there's no issue with being a part of both of these agreements before I vote on entering into this one.
I'll make a motion to table this agenda now.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion to table. We have a motion to second. Any other discussion? Okay. Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson. Five yeas, no nays. The motion is tabled. Hopefully to January 10th. Thank you. We're now going to go back to E1, which we had tabled earlier in the evening. E1 is Mr. Marchand's update, presentation on the use of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds.
Good evening. I know this has been a topic of great interest on the part of the council and members of the community. And what you have tonight is a brief presentation that I developed with Director Mills with the hope of framing the conversation and helping everyone understand what our options are and what the American Recovery Plan Act means for Coventry. And so in this presentation, next slide, please. I'll be discussing kind of the process and the steps we need to follow to determine the allocation plan for these funds. So we need to determine the eligible uses, the scope of the resources, how much funds we have available to be received and spend by both the town and the school. Our alternatives for how to allocate those funds, the time schedule we're on, including deadlines, the reporting requirements. Since this is federal money, there will be federal reporting requirements, including transparency and the sources for information, public input, and what are the town's priorities and next steps. Eligible uses. This is a kind of a reminder from Mr. DiBiase's presentation back in June that there are certain uses for towns of these funds. One use is revenue replacement. This provision allows the town to reimburse itself for lost revenue that it can show resulted from the pandemic. The biggest example we had last year was because of the receipt of CARES Act funds. The state scooped and withheld $1.2 million in motor vehicle taxes. And so that was funds the town actually lost. And so we can recoup that under this revenue replacement provision. There are other revenues that we can look at replacing. They won't be quite so large, but certainly the recreation programs that were reduced and other activities that were impacted by the pandemic. Premium pay. This provision allows the funds to be used for covering the costs of paying for essential municipal workers for their services during the response to COVID. This could be first responders, nurses, and human services types operations. I haven't found anything that explicitly specifies what counts as premium pay. And so some of these ideas are being developed, and the reporting requirements will really dictate how accessible funds are through those measures. At this point, I don't have an information to say how much we could apply towards premium pay, whether it would cover overtime. Yes.
Just to clarify, would this be us able to take pay we gave earlier?
Yes.
Maybe in last year's budget?
Yes.
And kind of plug it in with this, making this money more.
Right. So again, it's similar to revenue replacement, where it is substituting funds or being reimbursed for an amount of money we spent for COVID response, overtime, or
so we'd be replacing money we already spent.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
And technically, it could be used for current operations, provided we have to continue spending resources on a COVID response.
So, Mr. Marchand, in a budget, would that be in a revenue line? Would that be considered new revenue coming in?
Well, we've already received it as revenue this year as the American Rescue Plan Act fund disbursement. But in order to use those funds, we have to use it following those rules. And so for anything that would be deemed a revenue replacement, it would be a reimbursement. And so we could count it as revenue, and it would be basically revenue used for revenue replacement or premium pay, then becomes funds available for any purpose after it's been reimbursed.
So have we received the totality of all the funds that we expect to receive?
Not yet. And I'll cover that on another slide.
Excellent.
In infrastructure, this provision is the most broad sweeping, which allows the town to make necessary investments in wastewater, stormwater, water, and broadband projects. Those are all approved, and it includes the plan, design, construction, and all aspects of what those projects would entail. They cannot be used on past projects. They have to be new projects that you develop for using these funds. And there are some other provisions to be aware of in the reporting, but otherwise you can freely spend the funds on those types of projects. And the last one is small business relief. And I think this is the most problematic one because they put it out there, but there are no rules and criteria for how you determine which small businesses you provide relief to or how. I know some municipalities have created what they plan to have as revolving funds so that funds can go out and help a business and as a loan get repaid back. But the way the federal government wants to record the use of these funds, they don't want it to get confused with this rolling what's lended out, what's come back in, what's ARPA money, what's not ARPA money. And so municipalities that have asked that question have been strongly cautioned and encouraged to look more towards a grant program, because once you spent it, it's gone and it's accounted for rather than a revolving loan. But some are still looking at options like that. And again, it all comes back to what will pass a federal audit of those funds. And if the federal government determines that it doesn't meet their criteria, they could require you to reimburse the federal government for it. And that's not a position we'd want to be in. So again, I guess I'm hitting this hammer pretty hard, this nail repeatedly. Caveats and conditions. The use of all funds must be documented and justified in accordance with their approved uses. There is a deadline. The ARPA funds must be spent on eligible uses prior to December 31, 2024. Not sure what happens to the funds after 2024 since they've already been dispersed, but I don't think there's going to be a problem making sure they're spent by then. But that is a deadline to be aware of. The expenditure of these federal funds will require a single audit, and anything over $1 million requires one. So that's an expense that we can anticipate for our auditors. Any funds determined by the federal government to have been spent on anything that is deemed ineligible must be repaid by the town or paid for by other town sources. The code, this next slide, I'm short on the details from the school. I just plopped the numbers that I had from other sources, but I wouldn't, please ignore that side because I don't have it vetted yet. And I hope to develop that information more thoroughly. But for the town, we received CARES Act funds in December and January of 20 and 21 in the amount of $2,300,617. Those funds were applied to police salaries in that year's budget and have been expended. In July 7th of this year, we received $1,822,227.19 in the first disbursement of ARPA funds. A second disbursement was made on August 21st and of $3,381,591.28. So far we've received a total of $7.5 million, but there is an additional appropriation anticipated from the General Assembly of around $3.4 million. But we don't know when or how much or in what method that will be dispersed.
Yeah. So the funds that we put towards police salaries, were those salaries that were budgeted for, or was that additional money outside of the budget in certain instances because of overtime and all budgeted?
Yes, they were budgeted. Yes.
Thank you.
So that's why we have a decent surplus. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Mr. Marsh, I don't know if you're going to cover it on future slides, but one of my questions from one of our last meetings was if the town would be legally able to provide fire districts with funds for infrastructure at their locations, because I know that we have a lot of fire districts in town. A lot of them are struggling, and I wanted to ask that. I already asked that question. Just to know if you had the answer.
I don't have the answer because the fire districts are not listed out in any of these eligible uses.
Infrastructure is though.
What's that?
Infrastructure.
Well,
is
for wastewater, stormwater, water, or broadband. It is. It wouldn't be for like building a firehouse or buying a pumper. I think for premium pay, it would be completely eligible.
Okay, so perhaps we could provide premium pay, and then they could use supplemental funds for other things if they needed to.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So I
Just
can
wanted to ask the question. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just add a little bit to that. We did receive some correspondence from some fire districts, and we will compile that information and
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So the next slide, slide 6. This shows the funds that have already been expended or committed. The school did mention that they have applied funds towards Chromebooks and custodial staff and nurses. And I mentioned before the town expended its CARES funds on police payroll for fiscal year 2021. The ARPA funds have been designated to fund the following expenses in the current fiscal year so far. This is how we intend to pay for the performance audit and the sanitation roll-off truck for $130,000 and $169,000 respectively. It's not the entire $169,000. I do remember we got insurance for $30,000, and but these are the the items that have explicitly been committed. I think there was one more we talked about, but I couldn't remember. Okay, that's it. So that's what's been committed so far. And for these two things, the performance audit and the roll-off truck, that would be going against the revenue replacement section because those wouldn't be eligible under any of the other lists. So the revenue replacement is freeing up the funds for general purpose. So on the revenue replacement, not to be too repetitive, but here's where I list the motor vehicle tax that was scooped. We can replace 1,168,925. And and I did mention parks programs, but we need to do more research to really drill down to total that out. I'm not sure how much more money we'll be able to find in revenue replacement, since that's really a finance research that they haven't had time to perform.
Sorry.
Ms. Ludwig?
Ask one question on that. So these two bullets on revenue replacement on the previous slide, thank you, Cody. You're saying that these would likely be covered under the revenue replacement. So for example, because they were going to withhold the 1.1, or they did, we have 1.1 to spend
unrestricted
on something else.
Yes.
Anything else in essence?
Yes.
Operational, basically operational. So
Okay.
Your general fund, yes.
Thank you. Okay.
The next slide now feels very redundant. On premium pay, it says basically what I've said already, but it does have fire listed. So I'll point that out. Infrastructure, again, these, for the town, we're largely looking at wastewater projects for sewers, stormwater projects for flooding mitigation, and potentially broadband infrastructure. Cody and I have reached out to Verizon and AT&T, and we're trying to get an idea of what needs they have, because they're the ones that lay the broadband and provide the service. And they didn't really give us any indication that they needed funds or help, or that they were interested in this. It is a very attractive service to provide by getting more of the town better internet service. But at this stage, I don't have any projects to propose or any information from the internet service providers as to what projects we could work with them on. So our fund allocations right now, we'll probably have 1.3 million for revenue replacement. I don't know what we'll have for premium pay, and that leaves the balance of over 7 million in infrastructure. Obviously revenue replacement, if we find other areas we can grow that, that gives us the most flexibility to address some of our current needs and items on the wish list. But really it's all I think framing the conversation this way so that the public understands when we have a public hearing, when we create a landing page on the website to ask for public comment of how the public thinks we should spend these funds, they should really be going into one of these three buckets. And any general expenditure, if someone wants, I don't know, let's say they want to renovate a park, that's going to go under revenue replacement, because it won't qualify for premium pay or infrastructure. And if we can make that clear enough, hopefully we can get some public input that is consistent with the rules and gives the council some ideas about where the community would like to use these funds. This last slide is the running list of projects that we've talked about, or we might consider in using to meet some of our immediate needs. The performance audit and the roll-off truck have already been taken care of. But, funding the comprehensive plan, that could be a revenue source if we didn't budget enough for that, although that's going to be over multiple years. So we have time to figure that one out. We've talked about in our strategic planning meeting the need for a new financial software platform. We've got the backhoe covered with a used vehicle. So I didn't update this slide from the original list, but police vehicles, there's $25,000 in finishing work on the police station that was never done to close out the contract on that building. And
it wasn't included in the bond?
That hasn't been accounted for yet.
So, good question. So, my understanding is an external non-employee did the reconciliation of the police station cost, and with talking to the police chief, that there was an additional $25,000 that was held back from the contractors because they didn't finish the job. So, in theory, that $25,000 should be in the general fund somewhere. I don't have the reconciliation of the police station. It wasn't done in-house. So I have to track that down and see where that remaining $25,000 is.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We have a quote from an architectural firm to do a study on the rehabilitation of town hall. There have been a few incidents in the last week and in the last month where the safety and security has been raised to a very high degree. We had a person come in Friday late in the day after some people were gone and was very loud, belligerent, and scared several of the employees. 2 calls were made for an emergency response just to tame the situation. The good news was it was diffused, and Ms. Mills was able to talk to him and help him and see him out. But it really raises to a high degree of awareness the vulnerability that we have in this public service area where so many financial transactions go on and people come in quite often upset over either a tax bill, an assessment, tax transactions, license transactions, a number of issues that have raised this issue that I don't think this town hall as a facility has really been analyzed from an operations standpoint to meet modern efficiencies and utility for the office spaces, for the tools, the desks, the orientation. I think we could use the space more efficiently and reduce a lot of the security and safety risks that are present today. That's just to do the study. A rehabilitation of the actual costs could be anywhere from $300,000 to $600,000. The purpose of doing the study is to get an estimate of what we're looking at. But it's been over 40 years that the town's been in this facility without making any real upgrades to it from an operations standpoint. So that was also brought up in the strategic planning session and as a point to consider. And more information will be brought forward about all these specific projects. But kind of on a similar line, the schools have their Jacobs report and their subsequent Easton report, or East.
No, it was a
Collier's report. So there've been a couple reports and studies done of their facilities, but it would be nice to have a comprehensive analysis of all town facilities. The Oak Haven School and buildings that are being used for other purposes now and what their conditions are. Yeah.
Mr. Marchand, is any of this money available to be used for school improvement projects? I mean,
only through the revenue replacement or premium play where you're freeing up funds for general usage.
I mean, this, like, for example, Western Coventry needs a well. The high school needs a gym for accreditation purposes. There are specific needs that are immediate. So I want to know if any of this money, whatever the category, can be used for some of those projects.
Well, it could. The school is also receiving ARPA funds directly. And so it's all kind of a priority policy decision of how the town council wants to disperse its share of the allocations. If it wants to allocate some to schools for specific projects like the well or the gym. I was just going to say that there was a lot of interest expressed when I started in April and May to look at updating the town website. That hasn't been overhauled in a few years. And there's a lot of public interest in seeing the trestle bridge being restored over 117.
Mr. Marshall, definitely would appreciate seeing the trestle bridge being put on there. I would also appreciate premium pay for fire being put on this list. And then my final one is roads and bridges. Is Mr. McGee working on any type of significant projection for you related to roads and bridges that need to be done?
Yeah, we funded the road condition study. And when we get the results of that study, that will lay out a prioritization of all the conditions of all the roads in town. And that will be the basis for building a CIP for roads and bridges.
Because we'd be able to use these funds for that?
Sure.
I'm not sure about that. So,
well, okay, we can't use the infrastructure funds for roads and bridges, but it comes back to the revenue replacement and premium pay if we free up funds for general expenditure.
Okay, thank you very much.
yeah, I just wanted to add just a couple things. Once the next presentation, we will, I think we should include the U.S. Treasury regulations because they're quite strict. To answer Ms. President's comment, they would have to fit within our regulations. And that's obviously the school is a department of the town. So, but they would have to fit within that infrastructure, U.S. Treasury regulations.
I understand that, and I would like to see that explored.
Absolutely.
I mean, I understand that the trestle bridge does not provide a very welcoming appearance for people who are coming in and out of town, whether they're visitors or tourists or whether they're just residents who go under that bridge all the time. So I'd like to see something happen. On the other hand, if I saw that bridge being repainted and I knew that the school bathrooms are in such deplorable condition and we're not doing anything about them based on what Mrs. Shockley and I saw in the middle school, if I saw the bridge, money being spent, $300,000 to paint the bridge, but I know that the school has many deplorable areas, this would be extremely disappointing and frustrating to me because it says something about the community and what its values are.
President Dickson,
and that's what.
If I could just comment on that, I think Mr. Marshall's point is that the school is also receiving APRA funds, so they could use some of those funds for what you're asking.
I understand that, and I think that this is a good conversation.
Sure,
we need to sit down and we need to decide what's the next step because everyone agrees that there is a need for fixing the schools, and so the council voted or did not pass sending the referenda or sending the bond to referendum. So we just can't just stop there. We need to decide what is the next step and what do we do because the need does not go away and we need to figure out what happens next and what we're going to need to do immediately. So I just raised that as an issue. It's not on the agenda, but we need to decide what happens next because we've got a zero here now and we're not moving forward. So go ahead, Mr. Marchand.
So that's the extent of my presentation for this evening in terms of framing the conversation of the use of American Recovery Plan funds. Is there any input or direction you'd like to give me on how you would like that to be framed on the citizen engagement side for the next public hearing on the 10th or on the website or by other means?
I think that what we're finding is many members of the public, and Ms. Ledwick mentioned it herself when she was talking about knowledge of the bond. Many members of the public are not familiar with what's happening in town, they don't understand or have not become acquainted with the projects, the scope of the projects, the impact of projects, et cetera. So I think that for the public hearing, we need to start off with an overview of just how much money has come in, what has been spent thus far, and what are the potential projects that could be, what are the categories that are allowed, and then let the public weigh in on what they think is important. I believe that the public probably will list many projects that might not fall within the scope of these particular funds, but it will give us an idea of what they find very important that needs to be done in town. Mrs. Lima.
So yeah, just to reiterate what I said at the beginning of the meeting, if we can get the link to this presentation on the website and maybe a blurb on a temporary landing page that says you can submit feedback or questions here to this email, I think that would be helpful. I'd also like us to, as a council, to maybe Mr. Marchand, Ms. Mills, how we can marry this with some of the strategic planning we've already talked about. Some of this already does, but I think, we can't just say we want a strategic plan and then, be tantalized by all these different options. I think we have to find ways to achieve our goals with this. So if there's a way, I don't know in my head now, I'm just thinking, but marry what we're trying to prioritize in terms of strategic planning and the opportunities that we're allowed to do here. I think that would be helpful.
I think that's a very fair statement. And one of the challenges that the town is trying to deal with is the fact that we have these huge unmet needs, and we're trying to put together a strategic plan, and budget season's already overtaking us, and we don't even have our strategic plan really resolved. And so, we're juggling, and we're going to continue juggling these different competing priorities and timelines. But I believe there's no time like the present to plan. And I finally got a hold of a gentleman at University of Rhode Island, Poli Sci Department, Masters of Public Administration Department, to talk about working together on a community survey. And he was very responsive, but he couldn't commit to me on the timelines. And he said, well, we have various options. But I said, look, my ideal time to have done the survey was 6 months ago, but if we can't do it for 6 more months or 9 more months, that's okay, because I'd rather just plan on getting it done, and we'll use it for the next round of strategic planning and budgeting. But if we can get it done in 3 to 4 months, then that would be super helpful. So as we're trying to pursue any of our priorities, it's better to move forward than not, and we'll make it work. So taking the public input, I think a lot of people are going to be sharing their ideas and their passion projects that may not have anything to do with the town at all. Maybe it has something to do with Johnson's Pond or something outside of town. But I think the input that we get is still going to inform the process and give you a sense of where this community wants to go or how best to lead it into the future.
Yeah, I think, and it sounds like you're on the same page. Just we should try to make sure that anything we do is super purposeful in multiple different ways. So that's all.
Mrs. Shockley?
I also agree. I think there are 90 ways we can figure out to spend this money. But they're giving us till December 2024 to spend all of the money, which actually brings us through 2 more budget cycles. So to hurry and figure out how to spend it, I think wouldn't really be the best way to move forward while we're doing all of these plans, to see how we want the town to move forward and to see where the money might really make some impact. It's crazy how fast 1.9 million just goes in dribs and drabs. So we certainly don't want to see we spent our ARPA funds and we don't really see any change or anything that has truly moved the town forward. So my hope would be that we don't rush to spend it, and we try to do this study and we do some certain things just to try to make sure that we are spending it in the most effective way possible in the timeline they've allowed for.
Sure. I think anytime you get a windfall, you want to create an endowment So it's always going to be churning benefits for you forever into the future. And whether that's an investment in a revenue producing venture, that would be ideal. But revenue producing ventures are by nature risky because it's like a business. And what if you build something and it doesn't get used as intended, or it doesn't turn out? So I would love to see it create a revenue producing opportunity to fund all projects into the future. I think that's what was intended with a lot of the business assistance loan, revolving loan programs, so that they could lend out the money, charge interest, and build the fund and help businesses, which is very attractive. And some towns are doing that. But in any case, I agree. We need to make our investments count as much as we possibly can.
I agree with the statements. We do need to take our time. We do need to look at the strategic plan and continue our discussions. And also we need to remember that we are paying for a performance audit, and that data will be coming in about mid-February. So we need to marry the thoughts that we have for the strategic vision for the town, also with some of this data that's coming in, perhaps with a community survey, but certainly we're going to get the performance audit. And we also do need to think about next steps for the schools. Any other questions or comments about this presentation? Thank you so much. And remind the public that January 10th, we will have a public hearing on this subject. It's now time for a public comment. Are there any members of the public who would like to make a statement? Please raise your hand and be recognized and come to the podium. Thank you. Your name and address, please.
Good evening. Frank Brown, 23 Linwood Drive, represent the Central Coventry and Hopkins Hill Fire Districts. So you brought it up about fire districts and how they should be impacted. We've been sorely impacted since the beginning of COVID, but I will save that for another day. But I have the act in front of me, page 105 of the act, talks about transferring of money. It says Congress recognized the importance of providing flexibility to governments to seek to achieve the greatest impact with these funds, including by working with other levels of government. This includes special purpose districts that perform specific functions in the community, such as fire, water, sewer, and the like. And then under funds that can be spent, eligible uses, it talks about emergency medical transportation, rescues, other communities. And like I said, we'll save some of that for our presentation in January. But if you look at West Warwick, Cranston, and fire departments that fall under municipal government, they are going to benefit from the COVID money because they are going to be able to use it and speak to their town managers and town mayors to use that money to purchase things within their fire department. But there's 43 fire districts in the state that got to come before you to try to get you to believe that we should be part of it. There's been a loss of revenue. There's one fire district that only has enough money to go 10 months. There's been a huge, this will be a lifeline to that fire district. It still doesn't get them to the end game, but it'll help. But I just wanted to share that with you, that I believe that it does talk about transferring money to fire districts. I hope the town manager and the finance director take that under consideration, and members of the council. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief Brown. Is there any other member of the public who would like to make a statement? Yes, sir. Your name and address, please.
Yep. Steve Bosque, 8 Raven Boulevard in Coventry. I am also the chairman of the Western Coventry Fire District. And to go along with Chief was just saying, we had also looked at it as with our attorneys as far as a special cutout and what the purposes are supposed to be. Similar to what the chief is saying, just as money was appropriated to the police departments, if we were part of the municipality, money would have been appropriated to the fire departments. There were a lot of money out, services. I mean, one of our revenue sources would have been rescue income, which was down significantly. We've made up last year due to our own, we run in the positive, so we could fill those holes. But and I'm sure the rest of the fire districts have some huge expenses coming up, things that were postponed due to COVID, purchasing of equipment and fire trucks. Inflation is going to be a killer. Without some sort of help, even though we're running fine, we're going to have to go to our voters. We're doing our financial meetings right now. We go to in front of our voters on April 1st or the first Tuesday in April. Without other revenue coming in, it's going to be a big ask. And that sets the tone a lot of times for the rest of the cycles that will be coming up when they start to sit in the front of these departments. And when we're looking for money, the town comes up right after it for their meetings. Anyway, we will present and we'll work with the rest of the districts, but the carve out does exist exactly for the purpose of what these departments are set up for, to get some sort of assistance for money that we are out and services that were rendered that really we didn't even get full compensation for vaccine clinics that we sent people to. So it would be good to present in January when the chief presents his also.
Thank you, Mr. Bosque. Is there any other member of the public who would wish to speak? Your name and address, please.
James Kuipers, 20 Ginger Trail. I don't want to tie up any more time. I know we're late, but I just wanted to reiterate what's been said. I am a member of the Central Coventry Fire District Board, and I'm representing that board here tonight. I know Chief Brown's president was here earlier and had to leave early. So as you can see, we're well represented here. And I do want to thank Mr. LeBlanc for bringing the issue up last meeting and continuing to do so, because I do think that it's appropriate from a fair share perspective. And as you've heard, we'll bring you more information on what the numbers look like and what we're thinking in January. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other members of the public who will wish to speak? Mrs. Anzalone?
Thank you, Amy Anzalone, 11 Orchid Trail. For over 2 years and hours of hard work and dedication away from my family, I'm here to say that I'm extremely proud of the building committee and mainly the unbelievable work and dedication of our leader, Luke Murray, who worked tirelessly for that building committee. I will tell you, I'm extremely disappointed. I'm sad for our students, our families, and our teachers. I've been in the district for over 33 years, and I can't believe that this is the decision that our town council has made not to bring it to the voters. Why did you let us work on this project for over 2 years without guidance or feedback when we have brought this project to you for months and months to tell you what we were working on? In over a year, you've known that it has been $89 million. I think it is incredibly irresponsible not to fix our schools. Your predecessors have kicked the can down the road for years, and now you're doing it too. I'm not quite sure what you mean by dream bigger. I'm confused. So what are our plans going to be? And it should not be who responds to you on Facebook. We have to do what's right. Seriously, our schools are embarrassing. We don't make plans in Coventry. You had one and you let it go. Our taxpayers do not have the ability now to decide. 3 of you decided that right now you know more than what all our townspeople do. And you also listen to, understand that their finance people certainly have recommendations, and I appreciate and respect that. But they're new to our town. And now we have to move forward with no plan. So my plan is to come here time after time and ask you, what are your plans to fix our schools? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Anzalone. Is there any other member of the public who wish to speak? Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to raise his or her hand and be recognized to speak? One, please enter that person in. Is this Miss Doucette?
Yes, hi, Claire Doucette, 2 Laurie Avenue.
My question is, the monies that are going to be going to the school department under this plan, when they want to spend the money, does that have to go to the town council for approval for what they want to use the money for? Or is that something that the committee, the town, the school committee makes the decision on that?
I don't quite understand your comment about the monies that go to the school, because could you please clarify that, please?
Well, the money from ARPA that the school is going to be getting.
Okay.
That money, when they decide what they would like to use the money for, does that go to the town council for approval?
No, it does not.
Okay. I will hope that they use the money for putting it towards the schools. I know it won't build the middle school, but hopefully they'll consider to upgrade maybe the gym and the high school and some of the smaller schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and staying so late to participate in public comment. Is there anyone else who would on Zoom who would like to make a comment? Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn at 10:37?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second the motion.
Thank you. Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. The council is adjourned. We'll see you January 10th.